How are you doing, folks? Good morning. I'm not expecting a lot from Warlock. I feel like I'd be surprised if there's a lot here. That's a very quirky pile of cards. Putting him in high Evo feels weird. I guess it's a She-Hulk high Evo deck. Yeah, I agree, Big Baby. I think he's like a card where the one deck he goes in isn't a very good deck. And it probably makes it a little bit better, but still ultimately isn't very good. Moira as Moon Grower redundancy is cute. I'd buy that for $1. I'm on the wrong scene. Let's make sure I snap music in the background. Not a lot of sample here. Let's check the diner. I assume there's people playing over here too. This is the pile of cards I posted a video with last night. Not surprised to see it. Sub 50%. Most of these are sub 50%. What stats do you look at to know how a deck is performing? There really isn't a one size fits all. It's kind of I look at a few different data slices typically. Untapped lets you filter by percentages in infinites. Usually I look at 10%, 50%, and all of infinite because you get different sample sizes for those. Yeah, basically nothing surprising here. This is actually a really interesting data point here. Is someone was talking about, and someone kind of relevant to what someone was asking, like how do you compare, or what data slices do you look at? The deck list here, that's one of the better performers inside of Infinite, is actually one of the worst performers here inside of the diner. And the diner even has periodic bots helping buff up the win rate on it. So it's like, you know, this is a really interesting, what's a good way to put it? What would a good explanation be for a deck? What if I look at all of Infinite here? Does it change by that much? Yeah, it gets worse in all of Infinite. Yeah, the big difference between these two is the diner's actually playing out, right? Like a contributing factor to win rate here on the ladder is people leaving against you. What's the best way to put it? I think that's a bad conclusion. The win rate's worse in the diner because people are leaving to get nachos immediately. People aren't queuing up with a new deck with a new card in it just to leave to get their nachos. Like, that's not a thing. Also, if you wanted to posit that that's a thing that's happening that's impacting the win rate negatively, generally speaking, proportionally, we could expect that to happen to all decks a similar amount. So in a comparison's sake, this is still performing worse because you would expect a similar amount of negative detriment on everything from that behavior being uniformly distributed, generally speaking. So even if you're like, oh, this is lower than it should be, my takeaway from this win rate being lower here versus lower on the ladder is that when push comes to shove and you have to actually play the game, you're not winning nearly as often as when your opponents feel compelled to retreat. Part of it could be sample size thing. There's more total games here, but I would bet that a big part of it is the game's actually playing to completion versus not. Would be my best guess. Yes, that's probably also true what Derek says in chat. The latter games are probably more heavily skewed by a couple of better players carrying a new deck. Whereas there's probably a wider range of people engaging with them here in the larger sample size. That's something that the sample size really matters for. The number of people contributing to the larger sample size is likely more, meaning you get less player bias inside of the sample. Ooh, this is a fun looking build. This maybe we'll try to try this one. Sunspot Hammond stuff felt pretty good in one of the other builds we were trying with him, and putting Warlock in there could be an organic conclusion. Is Warlock worth the resources? Absolutely not. If you are even a little bit unsure on Warlock, you should absolutely skip it. It is not likely a powerful card. It has a very narrow niche in which it's relevant. The types of decks it makes marginally better are not remotely powerful on average. As one of Marvel Snap's premier She-Hulk enjoyers, She-Hulk is not very good. I think is the best way to put it. I am easily one of Snap's premier She-Hulk enjoyers, and she's just not a particularly strong card. What's the difference between these two? We have a Kale down here versus the extra 6 drop up here. It's crazy to hear. Isn't it crazy to hear? When was the last time you played against a freaking She-Hulk? I think Second Dinner actually has a pretty proven track record of being super conservative with more niche cards like Warlock. The big thing about Warlock, and this is huge, is that like his payoff is only okay, and even when you hit his payoff in the best possible way, you still sometimes just get Mobiused. Is the best way to put it. Yeah, he felt like an okay Black Swan backup, but honestly, I feel like he could probably just be a 2-3 like Black Swan's a 2-3. It's a little weird that he costs 50% more resources. Will Jocasta make it better? Absolutely not. You have to pass with energy the turn you use Warlock. Jocasta requires energy when you play it out. Warlock also has an incredibly restrictive amount of timing. You have to draw and play it on turn 3 or turn 4. I don't understand your question, Arrow. Alright, what's in my nacho shop? Boosters! Maybe turn 3 Warlock, turn 4 activate, turn 5 Moon Girl. Sure, but you're like, the problem with every Adam Warlock scenario is, or every regular Warlock scenario is the gamers are describing like this pie in the sky type scenario where even when all of your stars align, the thing that you're getting as the output payoff isn't very good. And that's really like that. Those are the questions you got to think about from a theorycraft standpoint. You're like, all right, everything goes right. What's my payoff look like? All right, how many things had to go right in order to get this payoff? Was my payout proportional into the likelihood of it actually happening again? Yeah, like you're talking. I think that's a Sling Digger hits the nail on the head. We're not talking about negative Jane level payoffs. You're talking about something that's more complicated to assemble, like Mr. Negative into Jane Foster's 2 cards on 4 and 5, whereas like Warlock is have to have this card early, have to have other specific cards in your hand, and then your output range is still just like, I'm gonna put out 40 power or whatever on the last turn of the game. We are gonna take some viewer deck submissions this morning after we check out this first Warlock deck. You can use the link pinned above the chat. I'm gonna pin that on the YouTube side. Did we try some Wicked brews yesterday? Why would Wicked be good? Can you explain to me? I don't understand. More energy to pass with on turn 5. Yeah, why wouldn't you want to just spend your energy though? Like, I don't understand. Like, what problem does a regular Wiccan deck have that's being solved by adding that card to it, other than like exposing yourself to Mobius?
Please don't lose. I bet way too much money on you.
I'm waiting to hopefully get something more official about Pocket than just like the brief amount of leaks they've had. But man, I have to say, if Pocket's really doing a reprint set less than a year in, it's deeply disappointing in my opinion. Pocket already has arguably the least amount of content of any digital card game I've ever played. And skipping one of their monthly set releases, that's effectively the only content their game has, is a choice. Would be a choice. So I'm not really getting into it in the hopes that maybe there's more info coming that'll be good and useful. I don't know. Hopefully there's some new cards in it. I was already kind of planning to be on a Pocket hiatus until they added new cards. So I'm pretty over their current metagame. There isn't really anything new to explore, and it would be kind of sad if that means I'm not playing for a while. Gorgeous symbiote Spider-Man egg, yeah. We're hoping to spike the fallen one here. Dusted. Lovely. We have the power. Ooh. Why do they want to do a reprint section? They're going to be alt arts. They're going to finally do a full art Greninja. They're going to finally do... a full art Greninja. They're going to finally have a full art this, that, or the other. It's like the TLDR. I think we do this, yeah? And then next turn is just like Giganto Taskmaster. Oh no, not my Shuri. How will I ever win the game now? So they snapped, which means their Hydra Bob doesn't end center, right? Then they're super cooked, so we have a ton of points here. So Warlock Just, you know, very buried in my deck, but the rest of this deck is good. We played a bit of this deck after Jim Hammond release, and it's quite reasonable. I don't know if Warlock's gonna be good here, but I think the Sunspot, Jim Hammond, Shuri, Symbiote Spider-Man Fallen one, this core of cards is like very serviceable in Marvel Snap right now. I've enjoyed it a lot. I'm gonna highlight with it pre-Warlock.
Legendary.
I really can't emphasize enough, this is the eternal, is this card worth it question, is Marvel Snap doesn't have the goal of their cards being unplayable. So Marvel Snap's not a game like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon Pocket or other more traditional card games where your cards have a very limited shelf life and then they're going to get power crept and thrown away and forgotten about. In Marvel Snap, chasing the best deck is a fool's errand, and you need to figure out what types of cards you personally will enjoy playing with, and then spend your resources to acquire cards that allow you to build decks you want to play. If you're someone that's coming to live streams like this one and you're just like looking for someone to give you like the easy shortcut answer of get these cards, you'll get infinite or win bubs or like be successful, it really just isn't how Snap works. With its regular live balance twice a month, things get pushed up, down, all around all of the time, and the best is always a moving target, and the best is typically not much better than all the other stuff you can be doing. Uh-oh, do I have any opponents at this table? I think he's bugged. Cardboard Tech, thanks for the over 5 years. Welcome back, I appreciate it. Well, I can send a tip to get a deck played, but Bubs cannot. Bubs can absolutely send it a tip. It's just, you know, it's a bigger tip. Bubs away. Okay, kind of wish I would have had Jim in the middle, but Sunspot in the middle is not bad. Man Thinker. Opponent's cooking. And then can't get the opener too, yeah? Or Mad Thinker King deck, some type of Quinjet, something or other. Will the Mad Thinker get bigger from its own trigger this game? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Aztec, thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate the over 2 years of support. Morning and welcome back. Victoria Hand's a weird one for them with Sinister London because she does not power up London clones. Is notable. Get charge in here. Hey, FYI Dystopian, I did answer you verbally last time you asked. I'm not sure if you missed it or not. But there's the link again, and it's always pinned above the chat when deck submissions are open. So we have priority then. And Shang-Chi can only knock down one of my toys. That's so lovely, chat. Yikes. Yikes. Imagine thinking Shang-Chi. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous about Thursday, chat. I'm so nervous. All of the tech cards should stay nerfed. Wrong villain. I really would just like to gloat heavily about how wrong all of the tech card stands were. It turns out Marvel Snap is not a game held together through tech card, duct tape, and bubblegum, and taking a bunch of the most powerful tech cards and making them significantly worse didn't make the game worse, it made it better. Turns out there's a lot of different ways to break things and keep things in check, and this game is better when the things that break things are marginally worse than the things that build things. Shang is probably a dead card if it stays that way. You're just so incredibly off base, Mao. For reference, Shang-Chi still has the highest play rate of all the tech cards and all of the slices on the tracker. It's breaking double digits still in play rate. Which, if anything, Shang-Chi getting a massive fucking nerf and still cracking double digit percentage in terms of play rate is, again, just more of a proof that Jeff was right and these cards should absolutely get gutted. If you can nerf a card and it retains a double-digit play rate, you should nerf that card. You should maybe even consider nerfing it again, honestly. People are still happy playing the card in spades after it got a big nerf. Like, nerf it more. Hit it again. Kill it with fire. I don't care if Shag's actually not good if people are still playing it at a 10% rate, Mao. I think that's irrelevant. I think if a card is being played, even if it's not if a card's being played at a high rate, even if it's objectively not very good, you absolutely should not make it better. You do not need to make a card better that 10% of people are happy to be playing S's. Alright, so they have a 7-power Shaw and a Surfer in their hands. Technically, I should have ended on the Red Hulk. Give me more Taskmaster flexibility. So Surfer right adds 8. Sounds lovely. Look at these big boys. Look at these big boys. I'd put Killmonger back. I'd put Red Guardian back.
Victory.
I honestly think I'd leave the rest of them. From an objectivity standpoint, Alliance should probably get a point of power or two back, but also fuck that card. It can stay dead. I genuinely think the only reason Alliance is not the worst card they've ever added to this game is because Airship exists.
Very large bookie, a very long massage.
I think Alliance design is an effect that made Marvel stat markedly worse, and I'm happy with it being unplayable. Captain Bounce wants Killmonger back. So, contrary to popular belief, Killmonger is not... If you think Bounce is bad against Killmonger, you're telling on yourself that you're bad at playing Bounce. Full stop. That is my opinion. If you're gonna tell me that Killmonger is good against Bounce, you're telling me that you don't understand how to play against Bounce. The cards that are actually good against Bounce are Cosmo and Goliath, especially in tandem with stuff like Shang-Chi and Killmonger. And that's why I really don't like Goliath. I think Goliath, from an interactive standpoint, removed a large skill element from Marvel Snap because there's no more giving up priority and playing around it. Yeah, the only way Killmonger is good against Bounce if you're doing something really inbred, like putting it behind Invisible Woman. It's exactly correct. It's the proactive tech cards that you can't throw priority against by playing well that give Bounce a hard time. Jimmy boy! Welcome to the party, bud. We're happy to have you. I have 60,000 tokens and I'm skipping this season. The cards aren't interesting to me. Holy, gamer. Holy. It's so funny to hear someone give that take after how much I've talked about this season being one of my favorite seasons. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's true. I actually think this season and the power level of this season should be one of the goals Second Dinner has for designing their stuff in terms of power level. I think they did a stellar job this season with power level of things. I think they gave us a ton of really sweet designs that have strong synergy with a number of things without just being overtly busted. That's how I would describe it. There's a bunch of cards that like add power and small synergy to stuff without just being like, oh, this is new, obviously cracked thing. I'm playing this out this turn to copy this in case this is an acid arrow. Skill game. Imagine playing around cards, chat. Imagine playing around cards in Marvel Snap.
Victory.
Most skill-based of endeavors.
Like victory.
Viv should be a 3-3. I wouldn't be surprised if Viv ended up as high as 3-4, honestly. I think she's really understanding where she's at. Deeply understanding. Yes, Stans, I got your submission. Thank you. You'll be the one up after this. I mean, we're definitely not filling the raft, so we'll get rid of that. That's a beat boop. This might be one of our AI overlords. They moved Nightcrawler yet? They just did now into the negative zone. Weird that it queued me into a bot because we won the last couple. All right, so we have double Shuri here on the left. So we'll have 40 power She-Hulk. We'll pass on 6. Or I can fall in 1. I think it's actually more to just not fall in 1. It's actually one of the strengths of this deck. So, to the person who said I understand not wanting the cards this season, the added context there is the person who said they're skipping every card this season has 60,000 collector's tokens. And if I definitely understand saving and using your resources accordingly, but I just can't imagine being that flush with resources in a game like this and being like, actually, I'm gonna skip everything for a whole season. To each their own, find your joy.
Victory.
Wait, what happened? We won?
My body is a machine, chat. It is a machine that converts bubs into nachos. All right, this deck is feeling good again. However, Warlock hasn't really done anything in it yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll an advert, and we're gonna play one more leg with this one at least. I'm confident that this Fallen One Shuri deck is good. I'm skeptical Warlock is an improvement in it. Let's see if we can come to a conclusion or not when we get back, huh? If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the content, make sure you tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Do you have any comments on the upcoming zombie season? I don't remember which all cards are which in there because there's so many data mines for things so far out. I'll do a season review when we get the official spoiler on it. So there's still... What? The next zombie season doesn't start until the 7th, so we'll get a preview a week from Friday on the 3rd, so there'll be a review thoughts video on the Hooglandia Snap channel, whatever it is, the 3rd or the 4th. Warlock seems like a sweet card to pair with She-Hulk, then ultimately neither of them are very powerful. If you are remotely on the fence about Warlock and don't have a lot of resources, you should absolutely skip him. You think Hammond is worth it if I don't have Fallen One? Absolutely not. I think this is the only Jim Hammond deck I have played where Jim Hammond deck feels absolutely necessary and powerful. We played him in a couple of other, like, ramp decks, or we had this cute, like, Merlin werewolf build that he was reasonable in, but he was only reasonable there and easily replaceable. I think this core is the only core I've played where I would say, yes, you absolutely have to have Jim Hammond to play this deck. Anywhere else where he's, like, playable, he's replaceable, I think.
Victory.
Smells like victory.
Warlock was controllable, left and right modes would it be better? I mean, all random effects are better when you can control where they're going. I think that's just basically an objective truth. Sunshine, thank you for the 5 years. Welcome back. Would Warlock be too playable if he was an end of turn trigger as opposed to activate? I mean, I think he's probably worse if he's an end of turn trigger, because that means the turn he activates. Oh, you mean like he would activate every end of turn? That's probably nuts. If you mean what if he activated every end of turn? Yeah, that's probably too good. I don't know. It's so hard. That's such a different card. I recently opened a ton of collector's reserves and didn't get one series 4 or 5 card. Did they stop adding them in? My dearest gamer, there haven't been series 4 cards in collector's reserves for over a year. Very, very long time. It's been a very long time since there were. Very, very, very long time. It might even be more. Someone said 2 years even. 2 years might be accurate. Yeah, they haven't been in reserve since spotlights were introduced. Alright. Symbiote Spider-Man, very carefully dodging every Gwenpool hit there. Sedge. That's fine. We're still in a fight spot. Shuri top deck would be sweet. It would be above average for sure. And hey, look, it's Warlock, but I actually just don't really have an opportunity to play him, yeah? You have such this incredibly time-restricted window on when he has to be dropped to be relevant. I think we just Shuri and then soak up the sun. So this way, oh, I guess I'm guaranteed to draw a fatty, but that fatty could be Giganto. If I top deck Giganto, I want to Luna Snow, the center. Yeah, it also plays around like a Shadow King, is true. I mean, Giganto's fine. Oh, I'm short on being able to play him out too. Sad. That's fine. We play for all three here. Is Surge bugged? I've noticed her effect not working in multiple games. Surge animation doesn't always show up, but her effect is definitely happening. And if you're not getting the cost reduction part of it, make sure you're checking the board for a Mobius on your opponent's side. The 340 good, above average. Above average. Look at us, chat. Third of the way to our second million's worth of bubs. You know what they say, the first million bubs is the hardest. Did you watch Kimmel's opening monologue from last night? Look, I gotta say, the Donald Trump administration has done a lot of heinous things, but making me, someone who's incredibly progressive, have to give a shit about and defend Jimmy Kimmel is definitely on the growing list of annoying things they've done. In fact, one of the reasons why it was so concerning that Trump went after Kimmel is that, like, while Kimmel is obviously a leftist, he's like kind of very close to the definition of like this corporate shill type, you know, leftist that's very, very much not progressive. So to even be clamping down on that very just barely left of center commentary is like neoliberal. That's the word I'm searching for. Neoliberal, yeah. All right, we have Warlock on 3, chat. Oh, you know what? I should put this here though, because if we find Symbiote Spider-Man, actually I can Symbiote Spider-Man the Crimson Cosmos. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Didn't Kimmel do a ton of advocacy for better health insurance? Yes, then that's an incredibly neoliberal position. Health insurance being an abomination and terrible is something that all remotely reasonable human beings should be able to agree on. It fucking sucks. It's not progressive to think we should all have a better state of health insurance in the United States. So I'm gonna drop a Shuri, and then we're gonna Warlock, and then we're gonna drop some friends here. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Warlock's gonna do the thing, chat. He's gonna finally earn his keep, yeah? He says before 3 of these triggers go on magic. Oh, wait. I'm not going to be able to play my card into the Shuri path. If Warlock hits She-Hulk one time, she's free and can play into the Shuri path. All right, one of these 5 Warlock triggers to hit She-Hulk. Can the triggers go to Chimichanga? They cannot, so it will not try and make something that's already free cheaper. So this is 23. And this is 22. Man, I'm gonna die to a freaking Heimdall, aren't I? It's just a coin flip, chat. I can either play around Heimdall by going all in on the left, or I can play around literally everything else by splitting the difference. I guess if I put Taskmaster middle, it gives me 2 big lanes, but no, that's worse against them just moving Dagger middle and then doing other stuff. That's how playing against move goes. Obviously, we had several permutations of the way I could play my hand out that beat this particular combination of where they had, but there's lots of different ways they can play their out and where their cards can get up, and then it's just a flip. Why Taskmaster instead of Giganto? So Giganto would have been more points left, but it would have been less points wherever my second location was. So I chose to put 20 in 2 spots instead of 32 in 10. Was my sequencing for that last game. And again, there were a lot of permutations the way my hand could play out, a lot of different ways their stuff could end up at. Can you Chibi and then Task? You can Chibi and then Taskmaster, but then I'd be a coin flip on whether or not my Chimichanga hits She-Hulk or Shuri. So having a 50-50 to get 2 more points is not worthwhile. Gonna be Spider-Man into Shuri the Spider-Man into Taskmaster. Or I could do Giganto here too. What's her name? Teenage Warhead could throw us for a loop here, I suppose. Malekith would imply they're probably the... Malekith implies they are likely the Ajax build. This will be 64 power Giganto here. The old double. Giganto 64, exactly. We're a teensy tiny bit bigger than Galactus.
Victory.
Smells like victory.
I don't think you should buy Warlock for this deck, just so we're clear. I'm leaning towards my conclusion at the end of this being Warlock is unnecessary. We're trying it out, but this deck was good and reasonable before Warlock, and he kind of has awkward sequencing restrictions on when you need to play him out. If you hadn't seen this deck before, you should make sure you ring the bell and are subscribed to the Jeff Oakland YouTube channel. Marvel Snap Deck Highlights there 7 days a week. I covered something close to this Jim Hammond release week. I think a deck of this type has some staying power in the metagame. Whoever is losing here has 4 power at adjacent locations. That's fun. I can't stop playing Once Upon a Galaxy. What have you done? One of us. One of us. We're probably gonna ramp on some Galaxy game today after we play a step for 5 or 6 hours. It's very good. Very good, yes. Abandoned Clown City. So they're a movement deck, meaning they're gonna be able to play for the center gamers. So I need to play for the left and the right here. After months of not playing a lot, this Fallen deck is what I used it in. Yeah, it's very competitive. I'll be curious to see how they handle Hercules. I actually don't think he's a balance problem, but I think he's a feels bad problem. As someone who historically has not enjoyed auto battlers in the past, Once Upon a Galaxy has been the first one to get me to enjoy an auto battler. I haven't even spent money on it. I've been having fun with it. Once Upon a Galaxy feels like a snapified version of the auto battler genre. And by that, I mean it's structured in a way where people who traditionally don't like auto battlers will probably enjoy it a ton, just like people who traditionally don't like card games liked Marvel Snap a ton. It keeps a lot of the good things and gets rid of a lot of the extra stuff that you don't need or want. When you say this deck was posted on your YouTube channel, Jim Hammond release week, I believe. So earlier this month. Alright, Human Torch here came quite too late. The locations were a little restrictive for them, so our 60 plus here on both sides, significantly better than them. Is Symbiote Spider-Man with Shuri buffing 4x a bug? No, that's how the cards are supposed to work. Why would you think it's a bug?
I love this game.
Your Symbiote Spider-Man re-triggers Shuri's on reveal, so you have 2 double the next card you play here triggers pending, essentially. Symbiote Spider-Man merging into something doesn't count as replaying a new card. Maybe that's the confusion. So Symbiote Spider-Man merging into something re-triggers like the on reveals, but it doesn't actually count as playing a new card there. So you have like 2 of Shuri's triggers pending. It kind of works the same as like if you Shuri'd onto a Wong, like there's 2 of her triggers pending and then you double. I think if Pocket goes almost 2 months without releasing new cards or content for their game, it's gonna be a real disappointment. So hopefully it's not just reprints for their new set. Waiting on official information. Uh-oh, cannonball! I mean, this could technically scale up here if it comes in. Magic Mercury. Are they clogged, baby? Oh my gosh, wait, does that set my power to 0? That's funny. That's hilarious.
Escaped.
Sometimes the 3 people involved in every game of Marvel Snap. You know that consent meme where there's like, did you forget to ask someone and Jesus pops up? There should be like a Marvel Snap meme where like, did you forget to ask someone? And it's just fucking Ben Brode popping out of a location route in your game.
Please don't lose.
The 3 people involved in every game of Marvel Snap. You, your opponent, and terrible location variants. My only issue with Once Upon a Galaxy so far is the presentation. No, you're not spoiled. Like Once Upon a Galaxy is definitely a little bit indie game vibes with the visuals. The art quality is very good, but like the animation and the client itself is definitely it's functional. Is how I would describe it. Rage is a hungry boy.
Enough said, Bo.
Fallen One technically nets me an energy here. So we'll have 7 next turn. I'm enjoying Deadpool's Diner more than High Voltage. I really think they nailed Diner this time around. Diner went from my second from the bottom to... I honestly don't even know how I'd rank Marvel Snap's my top game modes in Snap at the moment. I genuinely think Diner, Sanctum, and Grand Arena are all good. They're all just excellent. Yeah, and Warlock showing up here again, just kind of like reminding us that, like, hey, he has incredibly specific sequencing he requires for being useful. Super cooked here. Wait, what? Well, I guess they were all dressed up with nowhere to go, huh? We take those? We take those.
Victory.
Wait, what happened? We won?
25 cost cards. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Oh, they were overfilling their hand from killing the Moiras and bricking draws. That would make sense. They just like didn't give themselves a chance to draw like Null and Death because they kept blowing up Moiras with cartages. Fucking toxic right there, holy. I don't know what Once Upon a Galaxy's employment situation is like, or if they're looking for animators or stuff like that, or be. In the Discord server, Extras is a community member, and they're also a, they work for Once Upon a Galaxy. You could try reaching out to them. And, like, even here, right? I actually shouldn't play Warlock out because I don't have space. And, like, my turns are gonna be Symbiote Spider-Man into Fallen One. And do I even have time to magic? I probably have time to magic, right? I do this, and then I do this. And I just like, he's worse than limboing, yeah? All right, well, their Red Hulk's definitely gonna have... Oh my god, I clicked it wrong. I'm talking and clicking, chat. I'm talking and clicking. I am also a tired dad. That's fine. We were gonna die anyways.
Escape.
Were we? No, I think we would have been fine. No, we were dead. I didn't have anything to copy with the shirt anyways, the way that board was against. I like Bastion with Luke Cage combo. Yeah, we highlighted something with that on the YouTube channel over the weekend. The anti Venom Bastion deck's my favorite way to play Bastion Victoria stuff. It's very solid. Well, that means that they're gonna have to play a second thing there to not be losing it. God bless. Probably Clog. They did emote me to start, so Clog is likely. This works the way I want it to, yeah? Pretty sure. Cool. All right, and then assuredly my what's it called does something useful here, yes? Narrator, it did not. So normally I like to end on a high note for a deck, but I think this is actually a good game to end on for this, because the goal of this session is talking about or thinking about I keep saying Adam Warlock, talking about Warlock, and I think that game's a good highlight of this card not being good in this deck. He's just I think Warlock's probably easily going to be the worst card to have released in a little bit. I'm honestly really surprised it's weird to me that a card like Warlock can release at a 3/3 and a card like Invisible Woman First Steps can release at a 3/5. Because the upside to this is so easy to kick over with the Mobius, and it has so much variance, and it's so restricted on when you can play it. And it's so weird to me that they would release this card with a worse stat line than a card that is provenly powerful. It feels like they are always way too conservative with these types of designs for effects like this. And I honestly think after playing with Warlock in a number of decks that he could genuinely be a 2/3 and just be the same as Black Swan. And even I'm not even sure if he's good enough at 2/3, but he definitely does not seem good enough at 3/3. The rest of this deck is really Really solid, though. Warlock is not a card you should get for here, but if you're looking for a Jim Hammond deck, we played this a few times. I think this Jim Hammond core is a deck that's here to stay. Shuri and Symbiote Spider-Man have redundancy with Fallen One. Magic means you can also just win without Fallen One. Sunspot and Jim Hammond give you big payoffs for your extra energy in addition to your 6 drops. You just have a lot of really good, clean, efficient ways to make numbers. Do you have a recent Series 5 tier list on YouTube? I do. Usually make sure to do one of those every couple of months at least. Is that the newest one? Yeah, it's the newest one. All right, I want to make it really clear to the person that I timed out because you sent me a chat GPT link for the meme template I was talking about that could be funny, is that you absolutely should not have an AI model go drink cups of water for something that I talked about on stream. If you want to be irresponsible and do whatever else in your personal time, but don't take things that I said as a reason to go have some Gen AI destroy more of the planet for the sake of making something that really doesn't matter. Absolutely hate that shit. When they revert Taskmaster, the Shuri follow while I let you put Taskmaster turn 6. Well, yeah, I really, Taskmaster back to 5's got to be coming soon, I hope. It made so many memes, I've never used it. I agree, Marty. It's so easy to use Flip or whatever random meme generator. And not make a Gen AI drink a bunch of water to do something that we could easily accomplish. It fucking kills me when people type what could be a quick web search into ChatGPT. I've turned a couple of content creators off for that. Chat asks them something, and instead of doing a quick Google search, they pull up ChatGPT and ask the chatbot to do it for them while destroying the planet. And it's just like, ah! It's fucking maddening. All right. According to Untapped, this is the least bad Warlock deck, and we've had a deck submission from Not My Dance to take a crack at it. If I Google something, does Google's stupid AI also burn the planet to the ground, and can I turn that off? So, one, you can turn off the stupid and terrible Google AI at the top of your Google search. And two, the Google AI at the top of the Google search is worse than ChatGPT in the results it produces because it's also more resource efficient and faster. So you can set your search thing up to turn off the Google AI search results that are basically worthless anyways, but you can at least take solace in the fact that while it's being terrible, it's taking less resources up because it is terrible. Not that ChatGPT gives you a lot of wrong information anyways. All right, we're gonna take a pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. I'm gonna run and grab something to munch on, I think, this morning. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna play some of this when we get back. If you'd like to claim the deck slot after this one, there is a link pinned above the chat for viewer deck submissions on YouTube and Twitch. You can be the next deck that we play after this one. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to tap the like button, gamers. We're down to my last dish of hummus, chat. Time to go to the store. What's your hummus thing to dip in hummus to hummus ratio today? I've got a bag of pretzel rolls that we're gonna use as a hummus delivery device this afternoon. How do you turn off Google AI? Google it.
Behold my creations.
Is it Misty this turn, Warlock this turn, pass on 5? That sounds great. Says local man about to lose to Mr. Negative. Bruce is shy. He's just building suspense for storyline purposes. So good at playing Bruce Banner. I mean, with the ice cube, I technically yeah, I have 50 points to slam here. I assume we lose the flip. Yeah, I should have put both of them over here. It's hard to know where they're gonna play. It's just hard to know if they're gonna add to the gore lane or not. I'd have died anyways. I would need to put all of them here, and I don't think I can ever flip that way. All right, I started with over 300,000 bumps when we started playing this deck. How many can we lose here? It's the data dive. How's Warlock so far? Bad. Bad to the bone. Why didn't Shocker revive? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. Should you play Misty outside of Sunspot Slade to play around Killmonger? I mean, you realize this is great web gamer, yes? Is the opponent a bot? Wow, I can't believe you would accuse my very real human opponent of being a bot. Yes, high evolutionary adds text to cards like Hulk and Misty Knight that normally are abilityless.
Victory.
Your first snap triggered the location, and then it doesn't try to trigger again. Weird.
Smells like victory.
Eating myself up for not getting Bruce. Gosh, how will you ever play with this D tier Warlock card without the C tier Bruce banner in your collection? It's a hard knock life, gamer. For those of you just joining us, Warlock is bad enough that I feel comfortable telling you he's terrible after less than a day. now. That's how bad he is. As Marvel Snap's premier wait-and-see content creator, this card sucks.
Wait, what happened? We won?
Yeah, Bruce is fine in the end of turn deck. Not good, but fine. Oh my goodness. I was just thinking these pretzel rolls tasted kind of good. And I looked at the packaging on it, chat. One of these rolls has 310 milligrams of sodium in it. These things are fucking saltier than Twitch, chat. That's... Woo, baby. You're gonna be emoting in 10 minutes with these pretzels. It's true, you know. All right, Bruce, I know you came up a little bit short last game, bud, but I'm gonna need you to punch the clock and go to work this time around, okay? Shadow back. Thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. But they expire soon, and my children weren't eating them, so I feel obligated to eat them, champ. I think Warlock will be better with Joe casting. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, Mobius me, daddy. All right, Bruce, come on, bud. How many times have we triggered now? 33% my ass. He's just hyping himself up. Here's open. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, you know what, chat? I believe in Bruce. He would never let me down. He's just making content, okay? He's waiting. I'd like to dedicate this game to the person who said they're beating themselves up for not having Bruce. You're gonna be okay, bud. You're gonna be okay. Oh wow! And the real Mysterio is middle, so we were dead. We were cooked either way. Actually didn't matter. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these nachos yet, chat. It's probably borders. Probably borders.
Behold my creations.
Is Thing first steps legit? The end of turn deck is powerful enough that you can play Thing first steps and not be embarrassed while doing so. He's like a solid 6.5 out of 10. I did see that one, Dance. It's unfortunate we've reached the co-oping the children's media. The leverage into fascism portion of our slide downward. That's probably true, actually. Shane being worse makes Thing a touch better. They turned their Mr. Negative into a copy of Vision. That doesn't bode well for the home team. Hello, hello. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Be do do. And this is, I think, kind of just like a classical problem with this archetype, is that like we kind of did our thing here and Warlock was fine, but like our thing is just like decidedly less powerful than their thing, right? I would love it if Nintendo sued the US government over the use of the Pokemon IP in that, but I wouldn't hold my breath, gamers. I think that type of case would find a Supreme Court that backs Trump like they do with all the other things. And I think there's also a chance that Nintendo doesn't want to make things worse for Japan in terms of tariffs. Oh my goodness! Their draw is terrible!
I am Iron Man.
We're still too small on the right though. Yeah, I only went to 19 there. Flip my coin wrong.
Time to make the chimichangas.
Behold my creation.
I think I got like 1 or 2 more embarrassing losses in me with this one. Opponent's playing 30 card Monty here. We should replace Warlock with Mobius. Yeah, I mean, that probably makes the deck better, but it's still not good. You just have a Hoser card in some of your matchups like negative. Thank you, Jennifer Kale, for shielding our big Lady Luna from the opponent's grubby mitts. Yeah, more locations that Hosera should please, but this one of the regular pool. All right, I mean, if not now, when? Activating my mediocre cards. None of those triggers hit infinite. Yikes. This wins the center, yeah? Yeah. I believe it does. It's Lovely. All right, Bruce, I'm gonna need you to do your thing, bud. We won! Didn't even need you, Bruce. What a wonderful 2-1.
I love this game.
I can't believe I predicted the response to your Pocket post. I mean, I can't actually believe it. Yeah, it's so funny to me, Marty, when people are like, you only have that opinion on Pocket because you play Pocket as your job, and it's just like, I really don't play Pocket for my job. I play Pocket sometimes on stream when I'm finding it fun, and then, you know, when their metagame has gone stale after 2 weeks, I stop playing it. Is Bruce required for this deck? You absolutely cannot play this deck without a 2-1. Card has no other text and is not replaceable. Found a use for Bruce. Oh, I could have played Misty here when I snapped on one, yeah? And then she would have come back. Coming back to Pocket actually isn't terrible because they power creep such a good amount that you don't need a lot of the older cards that you missed, and the handful of cards that you missed you could trade for. So from an economy perspective, it's really not that bad. YouTube set to reinstate accounts that were banned for posting COVID-19 misinformation and 2020 election lies. Man, what a platform. What a platform. One of the platforms of all time, for sure. What a time to barely be alive. Hello. My hand is going to be free 99, Chip. Are we cooked? Obviously, the answer to that societally is yes, but I mean more so in this game in particular. Oh, they had no cards in their hands. LOL. LOL. Look at our powerful turn 6. Enabled by none other than the Warlock. Bye, bye, bye.
Victory.
Bye, 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 bye. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ooh, one of the headlines on my Dow Jones ticker says, stock market down today after home sales surprise. What was the surprise? I'm gonna guess it wasn't actually that surprising. Anybody know? I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess the numbers were not good. Jeff, don't kink shame the vibes market. Yep. Ooh. Last housing report for the foreseeable future. Oh, it's funny because it's sad. Oh, I forgot dagger triggers during staging, and the chimichanga gets her a bonus here. Mistakes are made. Least bad warlock, huh? That's what the stats say. I don't believe in lying to you all at home, so I refuse to tell you it's good. Least bad. Least bad is where we're at. Stickman Bond, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, gamers. I think this meets my embarrassing loss quota for this pile of cards. Yeah, unsure if I'll do Warlock weekend missions or not this weekend. He seems not great. Maybe we'll play this just for the funsies, just because this plays a lot of cards I like, even if it's not very good. So, highlight the other night, not great, but fine. I enjoy moon girling She-Hulk, but he's really just kind of clunky. Honestly, I really think he could be statted like Black Swan and just be a 2/3. All right, I gotta go throw my leftover hummus upstairs before it goes bad. We're gonna play something else when we return. If you would like to claim what that something's gonna be, there's deck submission links pinned above the chat. Otherwise, we'll find something else. Oh, look at that. Play some Adam Warlock. That we can do, Nev. Thank you for the tip. We'll do that when we return. BRB. With regular, what are we gonna do with that? I think there were some Living Tribunal builds that were playing him. I wouldn't mind showcasing one of them. Oh, he's being played in the end of turn pile. It's been a little bit since we've done that too. Honestly, I feel like I could go either way here. Niv, do you have a preference? And it turns out sick. Okay, cool. Let's do this. He's like a fine mix of cards. I'm curious to see if this is capable of filling for Human Torch and Thing with any amount of consistency. Looking at the list, my gut says seems like it would be difficult. Do we try and just build up the pit and then win a second one with Galactus? I mean, that makes that plan appealing. I think it's just Fantasticar. I don't really want to play Thing first steps and then... I don't really want to play Thing first steps. And then give them room to play something else over there. Malekith trying to get excited about nothing to do.
Victory.
I love this game.
And Clown City is one of the diner locations that feels like it could be fine in a regular game of Marvel Snap.
Please don't lose. I bet way too much money on you.
Seeing the new Adam Warlock change before today, second editor is pretty good at problem solving. Like, yeah, I agree. They're just some of the best in the industry when it comes to iterative game design. Nobody gets it right 100% of the time, but second editor gets it right more often than not because they're willing to make changes slowly over time. Did Shadowverse's latest release not fix their denied flaws? Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna touch Shadowverse again. Patience so good. I spent 2 decades playing Magic the Gathering, a game that largely refuses to balance their game when it needs it. I really just don't have it in me to try and play a digital card game that can easily balance their games at will, who chooses to just like follow this arbitrary balance pattern for no reason. Details for deck submissions are pinned above the chat, Luke Hardy, along with the submission link. Do they Viper? Yeah, probably, but I couldn't fill the left. Sorry, just very dead here. Not gonna play out 2 more turns.
Escape.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Announced a new format I'm very excited for. That's a big deal, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Historically only has 1 non-rotating format. Am I remembering that correctly? Why wouldn't Stardust stop Viper? Because Viper isn't adding a card. Viper is changing the side a location, changing the side a card's on. Yu-Gi-Oh! Historically uses the ban list to basically functionally rotate. That sounds atrocious. It's not great. Yep. Well, you know. Clear for takeoff. Mr. Fantastic, not really living up to his name so far. My Invisible Woman doesn't really do much here. Like, gives Adam Warlock and Sunspot extra point. Oh, they're doing a point system for deck building tier. That's interesting. Some community-run Magic the Gathering formats have used those types of systems. Is Galactus first steps needed for end of turn decks? Not typically. I don't know that this build of end of turn is good. The more common / popular end of turn builds are like the lower to the ground ones that play Havoc and Thena. This is just a random one from the tracker. The CEO of Live Nation says concert tickets are not expensive enough. That's a good tapped into how most human beings feel about things, I wager. Are we eating the rich yet? What are we gonna do that? Sounds like a CEO. It really does. I want a Ghost Rider, they're Invisible Woman. But well, that worked out better than expected. The CEO said this is in comparison to sporting ticket events. Yeah, but you pointing that out is like when someone says Charlie Kirk's Nazi-adjacent comments were taken out of context. When you put them in context, they're just surrounded by other Nazi comments. Like, sure. He's giving a comparison to something, but it doesn't make what he's saying any less shitty.
I love this game.
I said it's incredibly out of touch as well. Sure, but the first part of your statement is giving context, and like the context matters. So if you're by your own admission, the context doesn't matter and it's still out of touch, why even bring it up? Like, it's fine and valuable to be like, oh, there's important context here that adds value, but if, like, the conclusion after you add the context is, no, the point you're making is still the same regardless of adding extra stuff around it, it's like, why add more words? Why not? Why not just be more concise if the extra words don't matter? You think CEOs say these things because they believe them, or they're just trying to rage bait and draw attention? I don't know. That's one of those things where, like, I don't see how getting attention for something like that is anything beneficial for them, right? Like, can you explain it to me? How does getting attention for saying something like that turn into money for them? Or you're just, like, implying they like being in the public eye? And they just enjoy being talked about? I can see that, I suppose. Hey, nice, Wee McGee. Glad you're having fun with it. Appreciate the almost 4.5 years. I don't know, the concept of any publicity is good publicity typically comes with the implication that, like, you're getting something from the publicity. So, like, in that case, again, the thing I'm searching for is, like, what are they actually getting from making a statement like that? I feel like I must be missing something. Part of me can't help but wonder what's the alternate reality look like where instead of instead of capitalism existing and making it so companies can't just be profitable, they need to be more profitable than the previous quarter. Companies just had to like make enough money to pay their employees, and that was good enough. Seems like that would just be such a better system. You know what the Horde text does? The Horde text is a mass from Magic the Gathering at another location. So basically, if you have a zombie token, it makes the zombie token bigger. If you don't have a zombie token, it creates it a random other location and adds power to it.
Full disclosure, you lose, I owe a very large bookie a very long massage.
Yeah, imagine just living within your means and ensuring your people are covered. Yeah. Yes, Horde does not work with Victoria, and they're created on the board, not in hand. Wee McGee, thanks for stimulating my capitalism. Appreciate the gift subs this morning. Howdy, howdy. She's not Victoria board, she's Victoria hand. She has reminder text right in her name. I try, we. Baby hand. Would Stardust block the Horde effect? I believe so. Horde is gonna make Cobra relevant. Oh, baby. There's a level of cope not often heard.
Wind, aid my hand.
We're about to die to Cerebro 2 chip. Our thing will kill the Cerebro, don't worry about it. But I am worried about it, Chip. I'm very, very, very worried. Why are all my cards bad? I want to thank you for sharing your weight loss journey a while back. I'm in the process of simplifying my diet by focusing on drinking water and eating smaller portions. Hey, congrats on starting on a healthier you, Mark. Hope you find success in your journey. Yeah, I can't fill the left. I think I'm supposed to just full pass into Fantasticar into Galactus, I think is the plan. I think we die cause Lasher, but do I die to Lasher? So I'm gonna go. Oh, they're gonna gain a lot. Yeah, super cooked. Order, Jeff Hogland. It doesn't matter, but order. Jeff Hogland, your order is wrong. You're wrong. Driving in my car, beep beep. I don't understand, chat. Reddit told me my Fantastic car was pay to win. I bought the Fantastic car. Why didn't I win? Is the pay to win in this game broken? I pay so much money. Why am I not winning? Because they nerfed it by 2 points. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna try a different one. This deck was bad. This honestly looks kind of slick. I like the idea of this. Doing onslaught Sarah shenanigans. Is Warlock worth the resources? Absolutely not. Easily one of the worst cards to release. It might be the worst card. What was the last time we had a card release that was as bad as Warlock? I want an accurate estimation to this question for people coming in and asking. I want to say Warlock is the worst card to release since X. Feels like it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. Holy shit. Mad Thinker. Worst card to release since Mad Thinker. But I would put him in the Mad Thinker tier, I think. Been a lot of cards since then. Mad Thinker tier for sure. We should look at next month's card. I've looked at next month's card several times on stream. When data mines happen. We'll have a formal review of the next season's cards on the YouTube, nice edited YouTube channel, once we get the official announcement confirming what they are. By the way, before we take our regular Twitch ad break, I want to plug Holes Current above my head here. They make the wonderful timepiece on my arm. In addition to using my code JeffH to get 15% off with them, I've got a giveaway. If you want a $100 gift card to Holes Current completely for free, jump in the Hoaglandia Discord server and react to the post in the announcements channel. Got pretty good odds on there right now. Looks like we've got 82 people currently entered to get a $100 Holes Current gift card for free. I'm gonna pick a winner for that one tomorrow night. Have some Twitch ads. I'm gonna run and grab my caffeine real quick. We're gonna dive right into this one when we return. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, Adaptoid is in Series 4 packs next week. Yep. I believe. We're getting Adaptoid and Jocasta. Play Chavez on the right, so if we top deck Warlock, we can play him there and hopefully draw some cards. We played Warlock in Cerebro 3 with Grandmaster and Valkyrie. I saw stats on that deck on Untapped. They were really atrocious.
Wind, aid my hand.
Second rune. So we'll play these here, and then we'll go like Onslaught into Mr. Fantastic Prodigy in the center. That's big boy. Their big boys are everywhere and nowhere, Chip. Everywhere and nowhere all at once. This is 12 on each side, I believe. Or is it more than that with 2 onslaughts? I think we win, yeah? Oh, it's definitely more than that. All right, I should know this math. Does this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 8. It's 18. Why is it 18? Someone explain to me why it's 18. I don't want to think about it.
Wait, what happened? We won?
We won? It's his mighty hand. Lovely, lovely and mighty. Because Onslaught is additive. I had 5 extras. I would have just commit that one to memory and not think about it. Yeah, this is probably clogged, so I probably don't want to... I probably don't want a magic. The Warlock Data Dive supported the base idea that the card's probably terrible. Were Living Tribunal decks good in the Sanctum game mode? Absolutely not. Sanctum is a game mode that is about playing to the board early and often, and Living Tribunal decks largely don't play to the board until late. The typical Onslaught shortcut is 1 Onslaught is 2, 2 Onslaughts is 6, and 3 Onslaughts is 18. Okay. Yeah, Tribunal would lose on turn 5 quite frequently. I think we're dead, yeah? Almost. Almost! Yep, lost the Annihilus coin flip. Got emoted after losing the coin flip. Average Marvel Snap experience. Our opponent likes to schmoove it. By giving us an extra turn, I think so. Won our coin flip there. Feels good, man. Probably playing Living Tribunal. Let's see if they're able to find their combo here or not. Onslaught is definitely the droid we're looking for in the center. And then we can Mystique the Onslaught. And then Moonstone doubles the Mystique, who's the Onslaught. We get to put big hands on the left and the right side of the board. Behold his mighty hand, if you would.
Behold my
Probably not going to be enough to beat a big torch straw though. Although if they don't get to Anya their torch, it could be good for us. So we'll do this here, this here, this here. How many points will we end up with? A lot, hopefully. Is it enough? Fingers crossed. Could you play Luna left and hope the ice cube clogs them? Yeah, I think it's a coin flip either way, and I kind of just want to spread my power evenly. This is as close to being able to spread my power evenly as I can. I guess if it's a ghost spider left, oh, they can't pull her anyways, right? We made a couple of points here, chat. Couple 2-3. This is definitely the droid we're looking for with this deck. Casual 100 pointers on each side. Probably would have even beaten their better draws here. This is the big setup we're going for. The stone, fantastic onslaught mystique.
Smells like victory.
The event shop should last 2 days longer than you can actually play in Diner. Letting you kind of rotate through and get an idea for what you want to buy once you have all of your nachos that you're going to have. So you can stock up on your nachos, then see it rotate through a couple of times after, basically. Build that big old nacho pile up. Wait, you're saying you'll see different things to buy after the event ends. I'm telling you, you'll continue getting the new temporary shop every 8 hours rotating through Brick Turtle. So the daily shop will keep rotating. You'll have six of those 8-hour shop rotations after the event's actually done. Yeah, you can wait and see like if there's more borders show up that you've been waiting for. Not a guarantee, obviously, but a chance to see them at least. Super Scroll actually isn't that much of a counter to our deck because he can't impact himself with stuff like Onslaught and Moonstone. I think I do this to mask how much, mask what exactly I'm going to be doing here. Hand of Blood, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
Behold my mighty hand.
Cut off one head, two more shall take its place.
Yeah, I caught the order before I messed it up there. I think there's worlds where we lose the left and the center here, but I don't think we're winning. We're living in one. They get like rogued or something. They can have a counter card. Is that all? Just 42 points? 46 points? That's adorable. Hutcha! Behold my mighty hands. Put the nukes up. Mr. Fantastic, very appropriately living up to his name here.
Victory.
What a lovely lad his is.
We won?
I won? Chavez doing here? She's just a cheap thing to play to the board to help you draw cards with Adam. Thanos destroy, eh? I don't know that I want to magic into the Reality Stone deck. Yeah, Lady Deathstrike's a real card that could jack us up. I think we'll probably just choose to die if they have her. Hello? Maybe they're end of turn bugged? I haven't had that one in a while, but it still happens sometimes. I don't get to draw a card before that happens? That's so rude. That's so rude. So mad. I'm so mad. We've had this conversation on stream before, but I wholly and fully believe that the wording on location saying after the turn should happen after end of turn. Because end of turn is the last thing to happen in a turn, and then after turn 3 gives me the implication that it should be happening in between turns 3 and turns 4. So currently, functionally, the game treats these as the same thing, but I think they either need to change the wording on these locations to say end of turn, or, and I think it would just be better, after the turn should actually happen after the turn and after the end of turn. After the turn implies everything that's happening during the turn is done, including end of turn stuff. A lot of diner locations are unclear. That type of distinction very much exists in regular snap locations as well. That particular after the turn was a diner location, but that is a distinction that happens in regular snap locations as well. My series guard, Mercury's annoying. And then into the AM shirt, almost always. Almost always. I love all their outdoorsy designs. Alright, so we're probably cooked like 6 ways to Sunday here. Our opponent's got Mercury, which implies Cannonball to break up our combo directly, and they've got Merlin here to break up my Limbo. Yeah, the ninja cock blocking our combo also not doing us any favors. We're gonna have to play like there's not going to be a turn 7. I need Mr. Handsy, please. Come on, Mr. Handsy. That's not Mr. Handsy, chat. I believe we are cooked, as the children say. Is how you say cooked. I'm gonna have to hope Merlin is merciful and gives us a turn 7, with Mr. Fantastic being buried in the bottom here. Iron Man left and cope. I'm in a position where I can never win 2 locations this turn, chat. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Please, coin flip, please. God bless America. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna win with Iron Man shit. It's no big deal. We're gonna win with Iron Man. Cannonball! This is so sad. I would have actually won the game if I would have played Iron Man on the left. I would have actually won the game if I would have played Iron Man on the left. I am Sedge. Oh, I guess we would have lost. No, we'd have still lost, right? Because Iron Man would have kicked Silk and Batroc out, and then they would have been over here. And then plus 9 over here, and I'd have been only at 13. Hey Jeff, recently returned to Snap after a long break. What's the best place to spend gold? So they periodically run bundles for gold that have a mixture of tokens and credits in them, and then variants for Series 4 and 5 cards. And they made it so you now get the base version of a Series 4 or 5 card whenever you buy a variant for it. So if you're looking to maximize your gold, you typically want to wait for one of those big currency gold bundles that has a Series 4 or 5 card that's missing from your collection. Because you'll get the decent resources from it to like buy another card with tokens or like upgrade the collection level track with credits, and then you'll also get a card directly. Dystopian, thank you for the deck submission. You'll be on next one up after this. Love to play a little Dormammu. That's quite annoying. Ugh. Do I just do this and hope to block an acid arrow? I think so. Sh 50%. It's a fun split border combo. I really have to say, Marvel Snap's card customizations really are second to none. Well, obviously not every split combo or border combo is aces. Like, there's so many good options to allow you to kind of play exactly how you want to play. So, Rad, in that last game, my opponent had a Hellion, and the Mercury could also move. So it really was just a massive glorified coin flip, no matter how you slice it. Ooh, Werewolf Enjoyer, eh? Yellow Jacket, spicy. Iron Man into Onslaught. I'd actually do it here. Just a couple more points in the center is potentially a surprise. It gives plenty of points on the left. And then we've got some on the right here, obviously, as well. The key to getting better at games like Marvel Snap is not asking yourself the question, could I have won the game that I lost by making different plays? The question you actually have to ask yourself to get better at a game like Marvel Snap is, should I have made different decisions with the information that I had at the time than I did? And do those different decisions lead to me winning? Because it's not really useful to look back on things with the clarity of 2020 vision when you know what happened, to be like, oh, I could have beaten that. It's, oh, should what happened have been in the reasonable expected output range, ergo I should be playing around it. Because there's enough 50-50s and where people play out of the last turn of the game that most of the time you can make an argument for, oh, I could or should do this, etc. Beat me to it, Ben. Rude. Rude. So we're up to 21 on the right. They're at virtual +3 higher here, so still pretty far behind. So they need 3 more in the center while putting a pretty reasonable amount on the right. Does Annie right beat us? They still have a demon in hand, right? Annie plus demon beats us, I think. Because demon wins the center, and then Annie here would be 13, 21, and then I get -3. Yeah, we lose to Annihilus plus the demon window they have from the hood. So they have five cards in their hand, or in their deck still, so not a guarantee to have it, but if they have the Annihilus, we are dead. They played a lot of cards out here, so let's see what they're doing. Oh, wow, what a high roll. Sheesh. GG. Sage in the clog deck is interesting. You don't see a lot of that.
I got way too much money on you.
All right, well, if I want to magic, it has to be that one. Afternoon, Corthian. Fister Mantastic. She looks so lovely with her blue crackle gamers. We're comboed here. If we find our full combo, our numbers pop pretty hard. Does an ice cube mess up their combo? Yeah, it probably does, right? So that's a good thought. And then I think it's this. I want to draw some cards here. Or I should probably put something center, so that way my ice cube cracks. Luna's such a randomly good card in spots like this. Ice, ice, baby. Be-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo. Nice ice, baby. So what's the play here? I think it's just like this. Seems fine. Could lose to them winning the coin flip on Zola. I guess I could also play really hard for one of the sides, I suppose. Oh, this is a really clever line. Well played, opponent. No, this is really smart because they didn't have to take the flip. GG. Really heads up from them. I wasn't thinking about that. This deck's been fun so far. Really neat way to leverage Onslaught and make big numbers in a way that these cards have all kind of existed in the game for a little bit other than Prodigy, but I haven't seen them used together in this mix. We need to take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. I don't want those to happen over the top of gameplay ever. Appreciate everybody hanging out this afternoon. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. Doesn't cost you anything and helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate all the folks that have done that already. Let's claim our alliance missions here. We're definitely going to play some more of this when we get back. Should we consider Ravona over Chavez in this deck, potentially? Ooh, you know, I don't hate that suggestion. Ravona would have made situations like that last game a little bit cleaner. She works with Moonstone on occasion, too. Yeah, I dig it. The Chavez has been kind of whatever. I like that swap. Good suggestion, Ethical Arsonist. We'll try that in the back half here. Appreciate the 15 months. How did they play Nimrod and Zola that turn? With the energy I gave them an ice cube and I waved. So I guess I shouldn't have waved. It was the ice cube plus the wave. So I shouldn't have waved. I needed to play what's her name to disrupt their symbiote Spider-Man, but my mistake was waving. I didn't think about it, letting them play two big things. way better than Cube big switch. I actually didn't think about that. Yeah, they played 2 big things. That was on me too. I had control over that. That's one of those things talking about being reflective and getting better at games like Snap. Thinking about something like that is super meaningful. It's like, oh, I can think about them playing 2 big things, and I can make a different choice because of it. Destroy the next card you play here, Snap to revive it. Do, do, do. Do this here. We keep drawing on the right. This looks like a beat boop, so we'll have some freebies here regardless. What is our best chance to assemble our combo stuff together here? I think it's just magic, 'cause I need onslaught, yeah. To make a move here.
Behold my mighty hand.
Behold my mighty hand. It's crazy how it goes from the 15s on the sides to up over 100 with just like this one extra added one. It's just like, and for my next trick,
Behold my mighty
from 15 to 105.
victory.
I love this game.
At least when you hit bots with a deck like this, you still get to like do your thing big, which is nice. Clown City. The Ravona suggestion was really good. It's really gives us a lot of points in some key spots, I think. Ooh, so we have Luna into turn 4 Sarah. This is the first time we've done this set. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. How's Prodigy felt in this deck? Prodigy's a redundancy piece here. So he can kind of serve as another Mystique or a serviceable making extra Fantastics or Moonstones for the center when that comes up. Are we playing a Schmear match? We're playing a Schmear match, chat. Wow, can you believe how rigged this is, chat? I'm sitting here playing this deck in front of 1,000 people watching it, and suddenly I queued into a mirror. The obvious only answer here is that the matchmaking is rigged. That's my favorite, when you get the matchmaking truthers and they're like posting a comment. They're like posting a comment on a video that has like 10,000 plus views on it. They're like, I can't believe I queued into a mirror with this deck. The matchmaking is rigged. We have about 1,000 people between the two streams, Wilker, so you gotta understand that, like, when Twitch drops aren't going on, the viewership split between YouTube these days. Usually pretty typical that we have, like, between 900 and 1,200 people in here for the daily stat portion of the stream. Which, honestly, and I think this really goes back to how... like, unrealistic expectations. I've seen some of the wonderful posts floating around X and stuff like that talking about how Snap is dying and this, that, or the other thing. And I really think if you went back in time and told me at the start of Marvel Snap that, like, without Twitch drops, I would be breaking... Order? Chat, literally Prodigy is right here. Stop telling me order. This order is correct. If you would have gone back in time and told me at the launch of Marvel Snap, at the launch of Marvel Snap, I would have over 1,000 concurrent viewers 3 years later playing this game, I'd have been like, yeah, that sounds fucking great. Absolutely, sign me up. Ooh, and this is the nuts, right? I get to copy this so that I get to Iron Man both sides here. This is perfect. It's like best possible for your matchup.
Behold my mighty hand.
I am Iron Man.
Big numbers.
I am Iron Man.
I often say I've literally never played a game where people didn't tell me constantly that game was dying, so it's just like, you know, shrug basically when I hear it, but genuinely I think Marvel Snap and its content's in a pretty reasonable spot at this point in its life cycle.
Wait, what happened? We won?
And as someone who, like, to give you a little bit of, like, objectivity in to tell you how objective I'm trying to be when I tell you that, like, I'm someone who, like, I actually went through some of my metrics last night because Christy and I were doing some budgeting for the end of the year, talking about getting ready to do it, and, like, I think my income for 2025 is on track to be, like, 60 to 70% if I'm lucky what it was last year. And part of that is greater economic stuff, but part of it is Snap, you know, just being on a longer trajectory, but that's expected and it's fine. That's just like how these games work, right? Like, you know, this is my 3rd year doing Snap stuff, but it's my 10th year doing this as a job in some capacity. And I understand that, like, these games are cyclical and there's ups and there's downs. Like, you're not gonna ride what the release metrics are forever. It's just not how it works. There'll be upticks when the movie comes out. I mean, another part of why that income dropped off too is the lack of Twitch drops. So we only had Twitch drops for 6 out of 9 months so far this year. And like as a pointed reference, in the months where Twitch drops didn't happen, my ad revenue specifically on Twitch was between like $1,500 and $2,500 less per month compared to when Twitch drops were happening every month. Like it's a very sizable difference for a content creator that hits the numbers that I hit when drops are going on. So even that's a significant part of it too. Any game not busy being bored is busy dying. Yeah, exactly. Every day we die a little more, right, gamers? That's just how it be. The other big difference past ad revenue for drops is my total Prime subscriber count is much lower in the months without drops, because the big thing drops do is drops bring people over to Twitch who normally only watch on YouTube, and then they remember that they have a Prime sub that they can use, and they use it. Whereas a lot of other months, those people don't regularly use Twitch, so their Prime subs just go unused. Which, remember, chat, Jeffrey Bezos has enough money. Even if you're not using it here, use it somewhere. Take a dollar or two from him and ship it to someone on Twitch. He won't even notice it's gone, I promise. And so someone was asking about Prodigy here, although I guess we're gonna draw what's her name. But I was gonna say, well, Prodigy here serves as a Moonstone redundancy too, because we could go Mystique into Prodigy. The board state is bugged, the Zabu and Nico are dead. They certainly are, aren't they? That's funny. Alright, and then they are just absolutely cooked here by our combo, huh?
Behold my mighty hand.
The Nico Friga combo card on the left side. It's the card of my Marvel Snap dreams. The Nico Friga combo card. Mystique might be better than Moonstone. I don't know the map. I actually don't know either. This is big enough though.
Behold my mighty hand.
I think this is better, right? Because Moonstone copies an Onslaught, and she copies a Mr. Fantastic.
I love this game.
I'm sure a lot of chat is used to hearing that at home too. It could be bigger, but it's big enough for now. It'll get the job done. It's not something I can relate to, but I'm sure it's been uttered around to you other folks before.
Epic.
Full disclosure, you lose.
No chill this afternoon, gamers. Everybody cover. GG, Slingdigger. Good luck at the rest of your nightering. You were left after I snapped. This is incredibly nacho inefficient.
Smells like victory.
Ooh, Avengers compound's potentially annoying. Be looking for magic to smooth that one out. When you have everything together with enough energy, it's actually better to Onslaught off-center so that you could have Mr. Fantastic, Mystique copying Onslaught, Moonstone, and Prodigy all together in the center. That's interesting to think about. Yeah, that sounds right though. What's the verdict on Warlock? Warlock is probably one of the most skippable cards you're gonna have this month. Is, as the kids say, pretty mid. Or any month. It is the, what is it? We looked at all the past releases. It's the worst release Marvel Snap has had since the Mad Thinker. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it. What are we doing here, opponent? All right, we're converting bubs to nachos. I actually think this Diner iteration is pretty close to ideal, but I actually think one thing they should allow you to do is there should just be an option in the shop to buy nachos with bubs at the same rate you'd get them from snaps. I think is what I'd like. I think if you put a 24,000 bubs gets me 150 nachos in here, so you didn't have to have people go through and like waste other people's times. Like, I guess they're gifting me bubs, but still, when I'm looking to actually play the game, it's kind of annoying to like have people just snapping and retreating and using me to convert their stuff. So it would be nice if the shop enabled that conversion, so you don't need another person to enable it for you, essentially. Yeah, let's get it. I'm ticking up. Let's Mr. Fantastic actually to increase the odds of Warlock. Draw another card here. I think this is actually our second person in a row that's just retreating. That's fine. I'm trying to play the game, gamers. I'm trying to play the game, gamer. It's funny that we bring up that suggestion and it being annoying as if on cue.
Victory.
Don't you agree that Warlock's animation is pretty awesome? I don't know if they hired new people or gave the people that had previously been making the animations more resources or time or what, but like the animations for basically every card that's released for, gosh, probably close to the last 2 months have just been like phenomenal. Just some of the best in the game. They've absolutely been knocking the visuals out of the park. Just very, very, very good. That's the big lady. Astronib is very bad for us. It's fine, chat. We're gonna draw magic. Nobody panic. Magic's the top card of my deck, I believe. I believe. Easy game. Easy game. Okay, I'm gonna put Onslaught in the center, and then next turn will magic here. Next turn. Yes, I think that's it. Next turn will magic here.
Hello, so happy.
Behold my mighty hand.
Yeah, magic getting discounted by remote at this one. And then we'll be able to Prodigy plus Moonstone at the center. Okay, cool. And they're playing an incredibly fair deck here. So they should be cooked. Unless they can surprise interact with Limbo. They can have Legion. Yeah, sometimes they do. I think that's pretty unlikely, though. They're probably just well cooked here. And now Prodigy for Mystique, or does it matter? Ah, it's gonna Moonstone in the middle. Does not matter. Oh, come on! Let me make my number. I just want the dopamine from triple digits on the screen. Come on, gamer.
We won?
Man, it really is true that the first million is the hardest shit. Just like casually started at almost exactly 1 million bumps today, and we're up to almost 2 in about 3 hours of gameplay. Not bad, not bad. It's a fun build around. Most of these cards aren't really particularly new. I think it's Prodigy's actually the newest card here, but just like, you know, the tech cards being a scotch worse and a scotch less common means that we can run free and do a thing without it getting broken up as consistently. So for those of you that didn't see it in there, you know, Onslaught plus Mr. Fantastic, plus Moonstone, plus Prodigy or Mystique. Copying Onslaught gives us 100 points on the left and the right for these really big swings that are fun. And then you've also got kind of an Iron Man plus Mystique backup plan for when Mr. Fantastic doesn't come together, but with Adam Warlock plus Magic, it comes together pretty consistently. Was a fun set overall. I like it a lot. All right, what do we got? What do we got for our next viewer pile of cards here? We've got some Moira Destroy. Let's see, I think this message might be cut off. Yeah, all right, I'm sorry, we'll load it up. I'm gonna run an advert while I manually import this deck list. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna play some Moira Destroy when we return. Moira, Nico, Carnage, Volvi, X23. Oh, I love my X23 variant chat. Not get to play enough of her. Adore mommy in this deck as well. Who doesn't love a little Dormammu? What's a little Dormammu between friends, really? I recently watched a 4-month-old version of Luke Anti-Venom Beef deck, and it would be great if you could revisit it at any point. There's so many great old decks in Marvel Snap that you can revisit that are still competitive. It's funny, there's such a great flow of new content in Snap too that sometimes it's hard to go back in time. Like there's almost always something new to explore. And then between that and Viewer Next, to really get back around to digging too deep. I expect Killmonger's gonna get reverted out of him. I expect he won't be the only one, but I think it's probably a safe bet that Killmonger goes back to blowing everything up. We'll find out tomorrow afternoon, huh? Let's do it. Let's do it. The old double death special here with Moira on occasion. Got 500,000 bubs in my pocket, shit. 500,000 bubs in my pocket. 11,000 nachos on my plate. Chip in a chair, a hope and a dream.
Chimichangas.
By the way, gamers, there's that Holes Kurt advertisement in the corner if you want to get a fantastic timepiece or wonderful range of jewelry for men or women. Check them out using our Jeff H link or Jeff H code for 15% off. And I've got a $100 gift card giveaway for them for tomorrow night. I'll be picking a winner. If you want a chance to enter in that, is completely free. Hop in the Hooglandia Discord server and react to the post in the channel. Wait, did they disable Moira showing me which cards? Oh, she always copies Dormammu's thing? That's interesting. She'll copy 4 cards. Oh. Our opening hand with 4 cards. Neat. Neat. Yeah, maybe she doesn't show us the card. Normally she shows you the cards behind her. But I wonder if it's awkward because there's 4 cards technically with what's it called? Oh, they just disabled the one behind her because the opponent could see it. Okay, got it. That makes sense, I suppose. On the last turn, you could reuse the 0-cost spell for Dormammu. Yeah, that's interesting.
Rest in peace.
I'm kind of gonna struggle to enable my stuff here, yeah? Oh, I missed step 2 because of Moira. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I needed to do this last turn, actually. I was thinking, you're right, I'm missing step 2. So now I actually can't summon Dormammu. Because I missed getting step 2 last turn. Okay, and then they've Jade negative, so we're just cooked. Well done. And then obviously the Jade negative deck is gonna have significantly more points than us here. Wouldn't that make her and Dormammu a great pair for Werewolf? We're actually playing a Dormammu Werewolf deck the other day. It was kind of cute. I don't think you have room to like Moira with Werewolf and Dormammu though. There's too many slots in your deck to take up. Has Mr. Negative lived long enough to become the bad guy? I think it has, actually. We were honestly talking about it the other day, and I kind of wish they would get rid of Mr. Negative's Jane Foster interaction. I think Jane probably should go based on the cost of the cards in your deck. Damn, Daniel. Discarding your Dracula with your blade doesn't seem very good.
Impressive.
Look at all these friends, chat. Is Moira supposed to create 4 cards or only 3? So normally she creates 3, but Summoning Ritual throws it off. Should I play the second Summoning Ritual 1 for the other Summoning Ritual 2? So the second Summoning Ritual 2 just moves the what's it called around, so it's not super useful. So I'm gonna go this, into this, into this. Final answer. Final answer. No, and I'll do this as well. That's the final answer. The final answer. Yay! I'm gonna merge one of our things in here, and then somebody ritual one will add more power to Dormammu here as well.
Rest in peace.
And wait, then we get another summoning ritual 0 here from killing this other Moira as well. Oh, but wait, I needed to sequence this better. Because this means I don't get a summoning ritual 1 from this. Okay, so I did that wrong. I should have done it. It doesn't matter. But I could have gotten a summoning ritual 1 out of this also. Mistakes remain, but we're still winning by a lot, obviously. I could have had like 2 more points on my Dormammu. Some amount of extra points. Obviously playing against a beep boop here, but that was a good like theory craft showing of like what our deck could do. I honestly think one feature I'm a little surprised they haven't added to this game yet, because it's gotta be a pretty easy lift. I'm surprised there isn't a test my deck against a bot button inside of the deck editor.
Smells like
Because there's very clearly bots in the game, like they have them programmed, like letting people like goldfish their deck that they want to work on in theory craft against a willing victim. Seems like something people would use periodically. Yeah, you can even add just a bot queue if you don't want to do it from the deck editor. Minimal lift from there too. There's bots. I thought I was really good at this game. Someday I'm gonna have to tell my boys that a number of their Fortnite W's they were really excited about were against bots. I think I'll probably wait till their teenage years at least to break that one to them. We'll let them feel good about it for a few more.
Impressive.
This is where I would play my Killmonger if I could. If I could. Could if I would. have any destroyed cards left, so this isn't doing anything at this point.
Impressive.
I think we're dead. This is technically not dead yet territory. Did into that one. I think designs like destroy all 1-drops on your side and here for Killmonger are fine from a balance perspective, but they're probably templating that they don't want in lower series cards for people who are new to the game coming in. Would be one of my guesses. Are we eating Logan? I think we're eating Logan. Man, like, there's a lot of signs that we're, like, mostly fucked as a society, given everything that's going on with the Trump administration. But genuinely, I think the #1 thing that stands out most vividly in my mind that highlights how fucked we are is how many conservatives have left comments on my video about the Pokemon situation, letting me know that people who are here illegally don't deserve due process. And I don't know how you possibly communicate to these people that if no one has if one person lacks due process, none of us do, because you can't prove you're a citizen if there's no due process. But it's just like, it's one of those big, it's just so fucking hopeless. I don't know how you teach someone that stupid to understand that point.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, it's probably the sad truth. They're probably just someone who is Caucasian and think that it doesn't apply to them because of the color of their skin. Poor Logan. Getting pushed and pulled around. Do this in this order, question mark? I'm kind of surprised they haven't buffed Dormammu up again yet. They buffed the last ritual from 3 energy down to 2 while also cutting his power, and it's just like she still really struggles. I was watching a video with a Trump supporter who said, "I support due process if you haven't committed a crime." Oh my goodness. Oh, there is a reason why fascists work to systematically dismantle education systems. There is definitely a reason why dismantling education systems is one of the things they love to do. Useful idiots are. I think we're cooked here again. So you're saying Trump doesn't deserve due process then? That is kind of what they're saying, huh? If Logan lands center, we win? Logan! God, we're so good at this game, chat. I never doubted us for a second. Our deck's busted and they're cooked. Look at how powerful our deck is. Jeff T1, thank you for the baker's dozen. Appreciate the 13 months of Prime. Welcome back.
I love this game.
Love this game. What do you think about Warlock? Worst card to release in a long time. Easy skip for most people.
Please don't lose. I bet way too much money on you.
But Jeff, I gotta be collection complete. I mean, if you're staying seasonal series 5 complete, you're gonna pick them up. I just assume anybody asking me should I pick the card up is not someone being complete. All right, now I gotta hope X23 jumps right. Why do you say that? Because the card's just shit. All the numbers are bad, and it's countered by one of the most commonly played tech cards in the game. It has an incredibly restrictive window in which you have to draw and play it, and then it has the incredibly large requirement of needing you to pass your turn to get a payoff, and then your opponent Mobiuses you, and it doesn't matter. Card's just bad. I'm pretty forgiving when it comes to game design misses. I'm a pretty big proponent of game design is hard, like give grace, but the Warlock is one of those cards where I look at how it's released and I'm honestly kind of like, how did this release with the numbers that it has? I think Warlock's a good example of, even if they genuinely think 3/3 is an appropriate stat line for that card, they should release cards better than what they think is an appropriate stat line. Like, I can understand, like, okay, we don't want to make it cost 2 to start, but like, why is this card not a 3/5? It's basically the baseline stat line for so much of what we do today in Marvel Snap. The barest minimum is it could be a 3/5. I think they want to be careful because cost reduction can get messy. I think that's a stupid / bad take because literally what's the best way to put it? I think it's weird to say they're cautious with cost reduction in the face of a card like that, because a card like Warlock is significantly worse than Mr. Negative, who is a card already in the game. So like if you're going to be like, oh, we need to be cautious with cost reduction, the cost reduction that you're being cautious with should be worse than the cost reduction we already have. Like, again, I could see if you're like working in a design space where like you think you're doing something that's going to be better than what we've already had, but I think that's very much not the case in this instance. Soyo, thank you for the 7 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They have Killmonger and Shang-Chi in their Mr. Negative deck. What is wrong with video gamers? I would ask if they're all right, but the answer is very obviously no. Do you think it'll move to a 2? I think it could move to a 2, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if what's his name ends up getting Fastos and just ignored. I assume we're just getting Arnim Zola and we're dead here. Like this, right? Like, even if you think about Adam Warlock's most powerful high rolls, it's not remotely comparable to what this deck is doing. So it's weird to me to be so cautious with Warlock's design when his ceiling is significantly below something that's already in the game. Thoughts on the new Pokemon Pocket new EX packs coming out in September, coming out next week? I am really trying to wait until we get more official information about the set, but I really hope it's not just a reprint set. Pokemon Pocket has an embarrassingly low amount of content in their game, and if they're already posting a set that's just new cosmetics and mostly reprints less than a year in while basically putting out no other content, it's a bad sign for the future of the game. It's way too early in Pocket's release cycle, in my opinion, to have a set full of reprints. That looks like what they're doing based on the leaks we have so far. So I really hope there's more to it than that. I think it's nice to allow people to catch up. There's already a catch-up mechanic built into the core of Pokemon Pocket via the trading system. You automatically get to catch up on a pack via trading as soon as the next pack releases. You can stop opening it. You can just trade your duplicates for the ones you're missing with other people. And I could almost buy it's fine if they had other content they were releasing, but Pokemon Pocket essentially doesn't have content, right? Like, Pokemon Pocket isn't Marvel Snap where there's OTAs and there's limited time game modes and other things like that that are actually like fun and interesting to do in the application. In Pocket, when they don't release cards, there's nothing to fucking do. It's literally the only thing the game has. Are you gonna go for full art Professor Oak? Probably not. I really can't justify spending $400 on a cosmetic. I generally speaking enjoy Pokemon Pocket's gameplay, but it is very much not a job for me. It does not make nearly as much money as any of these other games I make content for. A $400, yeah, people, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny to me. It's crazy to me how many people like Mogwai tore into Marvel Snap endlessly for their monetization and then just like happily fucked off over into playing Pokemon Pocket where the cosmetics are significantly more expensive. It's actually just wildly hypocritical. So many people lost their minds over Marvel Snap having $50 or $100 bundles, and like for reference, I'm not exaggerating. The dollar price to buy a cosmetic outright in pocket for their gold backgrounds is $400, and all their full art traders or full art cards are about $200. But those same people will be like, "Oh, Jeff, you could technically get it. You could technically get it for free if you're lucky." So like, there's a loot box, and because there's a loot box, they'll be like, "Oh, this is fine." But like, if you don't get it out of the loot box, it costs you more than cosmetics in literally any other game I've ever played. It's just be lucky, Hogland. Exactly. Well, that's the other thing too, because Pocket doesn't put a $400 price tag on it directly. You have to do a little bit of math and understand how the system works to understand it's a $400 cosmetic. People are dumb and can't easily parse it, whereas Marvel Snap has a very clear price tag in their thing, right? It's like, oh, this costs this amount of money, that's just what it costs, and it's very clear, and you can't lie to yourself about it. Yeah. That's Marvel Snap's honesty with its players is detrimental to it, because they don't obfuscate what the bundles cost. It's like something, it's like, I talked about this a lot, like, there was a lot of very silly people who, like, gave Marvel Snap crap for the economy rework, but I really can't emphasize enough that the number one thing from the economy rework that made me be like, yes, they really get it and they want this to work, is the fact that Marvel Snap reduced the number of in-game currencies when they reworked their economy was such a big deal. Games never do that. It is basically unheard of for games to have less in-game currencies and other stuff like that as the game ages. They almost always add more. I can't decide how I want to line this up. I think I'm gonna hit the center. It's close though. Yeah, Sam doesn't try and hide what it's setting up. Is a good way to put it. Oh, I guess the way this setup works is I'm not going to be able to play the last ritual until the last turn, which means my Wolverines hop out of the center. So I guess that's not good enough. I've talked about that a bit before too. It's actually kind of funny to me that Hoyoverse of all games was the one that was forced to put the gacha pricing inside of their actual client. Because as someone who like is an endgame Genshin player, I've been an endgame Raid Shadow Legends player, I played a bunch of Marvel Strike Force, I currently play DC Dark Legion, I played a ton of like the mobile gacha game RPGs, and I actually think Hoyoverse is the most consumer friendly of all of those by a very significant margin. And I don't think it's particularly close. Vastly, yeah. Hoyoverse was forced to do that. It's just so funny to me that that's the one that they picked on. I assume it's just because Genshin Impact's one of the biggest in the space. I should have played my Wolverines here, so that way when I did this to them, they had a chance to jump into Sanctum. I should not have played my second Wolverine center. I cost myself this game. We might have died either way, but definitely wasn't ideal. Lose the breaker here by a lot. Have we played Null out yet in this deck? We have not. We've not had a window to play Null. Yeah, it feels like we keep wanting to Dormammu on the last turn of the game, which means we don't have room to dull. Yes, that's a big part of what makes Genshin so reasonable, is there aren't constant pop-up deals or buy this in the next 20 minutes or whatever, or it expires. You could actually just like play Genshin as a good open world RPG, and you'd almost never realize what the monetization was. They don't constantly remind you and go do polls and stuff. They're just like a notification when the banner rolls over, and then that's basically it. Yeah, I played Raid Shadow Legends probably daily for, gosh, probably over 2 years, I would say. And the thing that finally pushed me out of that game is because I'm someone who enjoys character collector games, generally speaking. Well, I think Raid has pretty decent character building and stuff like that inside of it. I enjoyed it for the most part. That game just has way too many chores in it. As someone who likes playing a few different things, like there are so many chores in Raid Shadow Legends. If you're trying to like use all of your time limited currencies and stuff in that game, it takes you like fucking hours per day. It's way too long. My null is deeply unhappy, gamers. Did I do this? I think this is good. Is the Pocket Premium Pass still moderately insulting with the stuff it gives you? Yeah, the Pocket Premium Pass is the worst Premium Pass I've ever experienced. Just don't give you stuff that's worthwhile at all. What if I did this? Sounds fun, yes. This game, again, kind of leading into what we were talking about a second ago of null feeling awkward here. I hope they bump the numbers on Dormammu again. It's kind of a fun card. That's just like... not. Actually, you know what the big thing is? I think Dormammu should get the old Ebony Blade text. I think Dormammu is enough of a hoops to jump through that you should just like absolutely not be able to destroy or reduce its power. I think would be my preferred thing to do for it. It's so much setup work. Your thing should not get screwed with once you go through it all. Look at our big man shit. Like I came to bargain. The thing I bargained for better not get cracked open by a random magic wielding dork. He's gonna lose his lane. He might lose his lane here, but we'll win the other two if he does. I think he loses it by a little bit. If Logan would have jumped right, we would have won it, but that's fine. We'll win the match. I'll win the game.
Victory.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on to our next pile of cards here, I think. But that's my takeaway. I actually had fun with the little destroy stuff, and Dormammu is a super fun way to play. Honestly, I think the core idea of this deck, playing Moira with Dormammu, actually felt consistently pretty good. Being able to crank him up extra and getting a second second what's it called to start was pretty clean. I feel like I want another cheap thing to blow up on occasion to make the death better. Yeah, once Killmonger goes back to killing the entire board, I could see Squirrel Girl being a good inclusion. So that way your death gets cheaper, and you have more extra bodies lying around for your other things. Uncle Ben could be okay too. Yeah, Ben or Squirrel Girl, I think, is what I would swap the null for. Now, I think I like having more bodies than Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben satisfies that pretty cleanly. Are they reverting Killmonger? I would bet they're going to. He just doesn't really do what he's supposed to do anymore. We'll get confirmation tomorrow of what they're going to do. Honestly, I'm setting my expectations so low and expecting them to convert most of them back. That way, if they keep any of them, we won't be too disappointed. All right, I think we're gonna take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, and then we'll dive on into something else when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching this on the YouTube side right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Did our destroy cards mission accomplished? Let's clear out some of these decks in here. Things I haven't played for a little bit. I keep Anti-Victoria. It's my favorite build of that. We can book at this. This was in a roundup a while back that we never played any games with. It's got some cute things going on. Like, it's not zero interaction. I don't want to play a zero interaction deck. This is my complete 6 drops mission deck. I'll highlight with that one. Oh, we can try this one from one of my best decks roundups that I never had a chance to play with. Some small rate things going on is Scotch of Interaction. A couple of 6 drops at the top. Oh no, let's do this one. This one, I forget if this was last week or the week before. Did you ever try Victoria Hand with Swarm? It's just not consistent enough. Too many. It's just too many moving parts. Bastion is my favorite recent release. As a certified Victoria Hand enjoyer, I agree. And to get some more boosties for our boy here too, so we can get a gold split on him eventually. Definitely a Jeff Hoagland card. 420k bubs, chat. Deadpool appreciates that, I think. I think Deadpool appreciates that. Very nice. Look at our 12,000 nachos. Should I just buy these borders just to have them? Like, I'm not gonna. How many of these? I have 12,000, right? There's only 9 more shop rotations. If 9 more shop rotations and I buy a full suite of borders every time, 9 times 12 times 150. I guess it cost me 16,000 nachos to buy out all these. I'm not gonna use neon ones. I should stop buying these. Maybe we'll buy other ones. I might buy these fire ones, these red mat ones before we're done. Maybe we'll buy the red mats, use on something eventually. Assuredly, they're gonna eventually give me multiple custom cards per character, yeah? Assuredly, that's a when, not an if.
Very large bookie, a very long massage.
Copium, copium. Gile, thank you for the over a year and a half. I really appreciate you dropping that prime off again. Good afternoon. Thank you for the continued support. Is Phoenix Force better than Fire Lord in this deck? Oh, I guess Phoenix Force I can Frigga, which is fun. This is kind of a fun curve, though. I get to go Cassandra Nova. Well, we'll see. I was gonna say we get to go Cassandra Nova and to bash the Cassandra Nova into Frigga, the copied one, but that's what it is. I think we're cooked. Was that a good draw, chat? If so, why? Please explain. Who's gonna eat my card?
I love this game.
I love this game. Solid. What I love when we get to do the thing in the first game. It's the best. My hand is about to be very full. Our opponent likes to schmoove it. Does this deck want a Kid Omega? If I had Kid Omega, we could curve Kid into Cassandra Nova, into Phoenix the Cassandra Nova, into Frigga the Phoenix. Yeah, I think we're supposed to have a Kid Omega in here. Like better than Zombie, maybe? Oh, is this person just not playing? That's sad.
Victory.
I wish this wasn't a thing tonight. I just want to play actual games.
We won?
If you are missing Bastion, you should play a different version of the Reanimator deck. There are versions of this deck not doing Frigga Victoria stuff. You should probably play one of those. Do I give up Nico, actually? Nico's kind of narrow. Guess she has both of them. I'm giving up Zabu. Nico gets worse. I'll have some kid for Nico. Let's do that. Wish Firelord was a bit better. I actually think Firelord is a pretty good power level release. I think he's got a handful of decks that he's very reasonable in. Well, all right. We might get that curve we were talking about instantly here. If we can top deck Phoenix Force, we'll be able to Phoenix Force back the Cassandra Nova and then Frigga copy it the following turn. It'd be great. What's the best Firelord list at the moment? There's been a couple of Firelord Reanimator decks closer to when the card release back on the YouTube channel, Darkrai. One of the things that's really important to understand about how Marvel Snap data works is that we don't really have clean, objective data about like what a best version of a deck is at any given point, because Marvel Snap has so much churn. The trackers tend to be very biased towards people playing newer versions of cards and decks. Put doing Morgan stuff, maybe? So just because something's not being played, like, again, I can't pull up the tracker and look at like a bunch of different versions of a deck in the current patch because like people just aren't playing older cards always. Also, as soon as a deck pops off and everybody becomes privy to it, they can react and the data becomes skewed again. I'd actually argue the opposite of that, Isaac. I would argue when a deck is unknown, that's when the data is skewed. And the way you actually understand whether or not a deck is good is once it's known and people have time to appropriately react to it. That's something I talk about a lot in Pokemon Pocket when I cover data stuff for that game, is how the metagame has two phases, right? They'll have the initial week or two pass after a card's release, and then you'll have the reaction to it, and then like that second to third week is when things stabilize a lot. But Marvel Snap has so much churn that Marvel Snap very rarely has a chance for things to stabilize like that. Most of the time, Marvel Snap just like has new stuff happen by the time things would be settled. There's either an OTA or new card release or something like that. There's always something going on in Marvel Snap. It doesn't settle down the way Pocket or other traditional card games settle down. Based on your current tier list criteria for cards, do you think there's an ideal spread for card releases for you? E.g., most are replaceable and strong, some in defining or fine, or some other combo. I actually think this current month of card releases is kind of a perfect set of card releases for Marvel Snap. We had a pretty high number of total cards just looking at the raw number, but I don't think there is a single Merlin or Surge or Kate Bishop or Nico Minaru where like this card's gonna see play in a ton of places and you absolutely have to have it. This month you could literally skip absolutely every card they're releasing and it wouldn't be competitively detrimental to you, but also basically every card they're releasing has a home somewhere, and if you like the character or you like the play style, you can find something to do with that card and have success with it. There's still range of power levels. Like, obviously, I think Warlock is on the lower end of the power level because, like, the type of deck he supplements is less good. What's it called? He supplements She-Hulk decks, which are lower on the power level overall. Returning to Snap, I haven't played since Berlin. Big fan of the current meta balance. I agree, Lightning Bolt. Over like the last 3 months or so, Second Dinner has really hit their stride when it comes to game balance. They've been doing a very, very good job. Joe Costa will be a great card. I think all Activate cards have incredibly awkward and strict sequencing decisions in order to leverage them well, and Joe Costa is no exception to this. Oh, I just realized they're doing big deck stuff, so we are about to punish the shit out of them. We get to Phoenix Force back this Cassandra Nova. Oh, come on! Fucking error shit. Please, please, please. Fucking hate everything about everything. What a bag of dicks. Yes, and if I would have won the 50-50 on the Phoenix Force, I would have gotten to copy the Phoenix Force with Bastion this turn. Although I guess it would have been set down to 3 power, so it's like a little less exciting. It would still have the Cassandra Nova ability, that's true. Hey, we're dead. Oh, this was the noob dimension card on top of that. It wasn't even era shit. It was the RNG from that. It's deeply disappointing. Need more emotes. There's a bundle. There's a bundle. I would like to split Frigga. What's his name? Ben donated $100 and told me to buy some variants, and we spent 50 of it. So I think the other 50 of Ben's money is going to buy that Moonstone here. is the plan. It's a pretty decent gold to cash rate here as well. The variants I want don't exist in here, so I have to buy the ones that I want for cash. The only option, obviously. Let's split Frigga. Maybe we'll get our gold crackle split on Frigga finally. Hit me, brood. Hit me! Unlucky. Ooh, look at that. Got an emote. Got some boosters. I think I'll take these. They're free. They're free. We'll use them eventually. He said doing. He probably wouldn't. Is Moonstone worth it with Victoria Hand? There are Victoria Hand variations that play Moonstone, yes. Let's buy all these. We'll hop back in a game, huh? My kingdom for a selector to let me buy multiple at a time, man. It's an old shiny boat you'll never use. Accurate.
Time to make the chimmy.
This is your reminder to claim your 100 credits on the web shop. Ooh. Remember when Hotel Inferno used to mess up your Phoenix Force? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh man, chat. I'm only $15 off of getting 3,000 collector's tokens for free on the web shop. Baby, oh baby. That's fine. My gold pass is about to run out. If they don't give me any extra bundles I want to buy between now and we still got a week and a half for the season, right? So there might be another bundle or two I want to buy. Almost 2 weeks in the season. We'll wait and see if another bundle comes up, but otherwise I'll just like buy 3 gold passes and call it a day. Does this work how I want? This blows up, and then I can Phoenix Force this back. Hey, remember that time I Hotel Inferno'd someone when I was playing Cassandra Nova? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Don't be like me, chat. Make better life choices. But I'm doing Namora stuff here. Excuse me? Say what? Value. Joe Casa is 3-3. This is 100% to get back our big thing, because if we get what's her name? Or if we get the Fire Lord, he'll bring back the, what's her name? Yep. This Cassandra Nova would be what, 3, 4 larger if I hadn't played onto Hotel Inferno like a big dumb stupid. Are we dead? I assume we're dead. I guess it'll come down to like where the Scarlet Spider lands. They're gonna like Odin the Namora. You think they're gonna Ultron? Oh, that's cute. If they Ultron and forces at center. I haven't seen that, but that would make sense, I suppose. I think we're cooked. Let's see their finishing play here, huh? Yeah, just Odin here, so or coin flip on the Scarlet Spider. Skill game, clearly.
Victory.
Oh, we were winning the center by 1, weren't we? The Quinjet hasn't felt, thanks to what's her name, Cassandra here. The Quinjet hasn't felt particularly good in this deck, huh? It's like just for Bastion and Frigga.
Wait, what happened? We won?
What do I want? What do I want instead of the Quinjet? Do I want a different reanimate piece? Well, let's play a few more, but I kinda my instinct playing this deck so far is we've taken the regular reanimator deck and made it worse. We're like kind of slowly like working our way towards like Elixir and Firelord stuff. Well, you just talked Nico back in. Yeah, that's true. Hey, an onslaught for Victoria. Sounds lovely, potentially. The answer is always the tech card. I mean, there's room for a Juggernaut at the top end, assuredly, yeah. What time do I need to be done streaming today, chat? What are my children's extracurriculars look like? Can be live till 4? Looks like I can be live till 4. Snap. It's looking like we are going to be cooked, as the children say. Oh, do you have a link to the Pokemon Company's response, Caleb? I'm not surprised it's a non-answer, but I'm honestly more surprised that they gave a response rather than it being a non-answer, if I'm being honest. Are they Cerebro 6? They might be, yeah. That's not. Okay, so just for reference, Kotaku is a shit reference source. So what Kotaku published there is just the same thing that's been circulating on social media, which is a former employee of Pokemon giving their take on the situation, which is very much not the Pokemon company giving a response. Just so we're clear. It's like we are cooked. Danger. Danger, Victoria! Danger, danger! So yeah, in the future, when I ask you to source something, please don't link me a kind of rag source like Kotaku. Link me a first-hand thing, otherwise it's not really a source. And like it's fine if you got your source from the Kotaku article, but that like article doesn't reference a specific thing or have a link to a person. Why don't the rocks have points? They were created in my deck. They were created in my hand. She's Victoria hand, not Victoria deck. Come on now, chat. You want her to buff stuff created in my deck? She's not Victoria deck. Victoria deck would be a good gimmick character for a mode like that. You know, that's actually a good point. NetEase and other Marvel video games have had permission to make their own Marvel characters before. When does Marvel Snap and Second Dinner get to introduce a new character to the Marvel IP? I feel like they've earned it. We've been around for 3 years now, yeah. I think Strike Force has introduced new Marvel characters as well that are considered canon, yeah? Okay, I really can't emphasize enough. And Wild Wizard Man, I'm very disappointed in you, just so we're clear. That when I said link me a first-hand source, don't just post a quote from a bullshit Kotaku article. Link me someone from the Pokemon company who's currently employed there responding to it. That's what I'm looking for. That's quality first-hand information that's not just punk. So they probably can't add points on the right. I think I'm fine shimmying their Changa here at the end of the game. Contest of Champions also has their own original characters. Neat. Today I learned. Yeah, I agree, Hoist. I think if they intend to respond to the DHS stuff, it's gonna take them a while. But people aren't used to that, and they just like want answers now, and they'll latch on to like whatever the easy thing to click on is. So.
Minions to me.
It's Untapped bug. Untapped is not bugged. You just need to click through the tabs at the top to pick Deadpool's Diner for the game mode you're looking at my stats from. It defaults to ladder, I believe. Need to click over to the diner at the top. Eldrick, thank you for the almost 4 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Username Erishim Hater. All right, I'll emote you back. Don't disappoint me, Erishim Hater. Plot twist, they're playing Airship. Doesn't look like it. I hope they make future game modes this rewarding. I feel like it's good for me to give this speech once per stream while this game mode is going on, because a lot of people need to hear this. If you want future limited time game modes to have rewards like this limited time game mode has rewards, the #1 thing you can do to try and make that happen is play lots of this limited time game mode. I really can't emphasize enough that the things that you say on social media get heard to a degree, but ultimately the #1 thing that matters to these companies is what your behavior tells them. So if you say one thing, like you say you hate something, but then you act in a way that looks like you like it, that's what matters. So if you love the reward structure for this game, make sure you are playing it a bunch while it is here. Make sure you're logging in to check that shop. These limited time game modes are about being an engagement driver. You know what? Do you want to know why High Voltage is the limited time game mode that returns most frequently for Marvel Snap? High Voltage is the most common limited time game mode that returns to Marvel Snap constantly because it's a limited time game mode that makes people log in 3 times a day while it's active. The reason why it's commonly used is because it's the most predatory one that they have that gets you to come back. So if this one can get you to come back constantly with rewards, I bet we're gonna see it with a similar structure in the future. Or even other game modes with a similar structure where they have this rotating reward shop to get players to come back for that reason, rather than trying to get them to come back with missions. Like, obviously, I don't expect any of these games to change to the point where they get rid of timed things, because like timed predatory hooks are like so good at getting people to exert the behavior that they want. But I really think the worst sort of timed hooks these games do are ones like this game mode does, or what High Voltage does, where like you can't log in twice a day to get them. The fact that you have to log in 3 times a day and in some cases even adjust your sleep schedule to make them work is brutal. They've stolen my demon. Oh, they're error shit, aren't they? 20 cards. Yes, logging in to check the shop 3 times a day is much more manageable than logging in 3 times a day to do missions. Big agree / cosign. God damn it. Probably good to go here. Victoria Hand's gonna pump up another 8 on the left. Nice Juggernaut nerd. Dodge Enchantress or whatnot in the center. We can dodge a bomb. Cerebro King, not quite enough, gamer.
Smells like victory.
2 million bubs. Million bubs in a day. A million bubs in a day. 5 hours, less than 5 hours for a million bubs.
I love this game.
This is the first game mode where I felt like I could get more than just the card. Yes, it's the first time they've designed the reward structure in one of these game modes where you're intended to get the card plus more, essentially. It's definitely the case. Half a million bubs in my pocket, 2 million bubs on the rewards track. Let's do it. I saw someone complaining on social media because they said it devalued their emotes and borders. Yeah, what the fuck, second dinner? I was supposed to pull the ladder up behind me. Can't believe you'd give these plebs my borders. Oh, I did have someone link me a thread where someone said, no one actually buys black cosmic borders for tokens. Now that made me chuckle. Obviously that's the case, right, Chad? Imagine, who would buy black borders for tokens? What kind of psychopath would you have to be to do that? Again, I honestly think, all right, I think we're done here. So I'm gonna take a second to teach people how to evaluate sources, because this is the second time you've come back now, Wildman. So let's do a second here. So again, when I ask you for a source on someone from the Pokemon Company responding, you're not just linking me an article making a claim. It's not about even where it's from. It's about looking at the contents of the article itself. So this is the video from Homeland Security. So this is a first-hand source from them. But what none of these articles have, and they're just repeating constantly, is that a person who used to work at Pokemon, and again, this comes down to, and this is a big problem with media literacy in the, what's it called in general, is people just read the title, Pokemon not involved with Homeland Security's Ice Raid video song, permission was not granted. We are aware of a recent video posted by the Department of Homeland Security that includes imagery and language associated with our brand. The company said to Variety magazine on Wednesday, our company was not involved with the creation or distribution, not granted for use. So there's an unsourced quote from the company. This is better than what the Kotaku article had. And I suppose from Variety, I would believe them if they said they reached out to the company, but this is still it's very different than like getting an actual statement from a first-hand source, right? This is not someone from the Pokemon company issuing a statement. Like I could put a quote on a website and say the company said this and make it believable and not know what it is. And you'd never know the difference, right? Yeah, it's Variety claiming they've received a first-hand quote. So this is better than what's spread around social media, but it's also one of those like, okay, healthy dose of skepticism. This is tame enough that it's like believable, but also like the things that are believable, those are some of the ones that you should be most skeptical of in like current age and world. Yeah, it's so easy to like want to be like, oh, this is the thing, and we should. It's like evaluating cards, chat. It's exciting to want to be like, oh, give me an answer, when the answer is like, we need to wait, right? But this is at least better than there's been a lot of the Kotaku one had a bunch of quotes from the former someone who used to work at Pokemon that like ran their mouth of saying, oh, I used to work at Pokemon, so this is what it would be when they're like, you know, they're not there now. Yeah, it really depends on the reliability when you're saying the source, they're claiming that they have a first-hand source, right? I think I'm done with this deck. This deck definitely feels like we kind of just built a worse version of the Reanimator deck. The Bastion, Victoria hand, Frigga, Angle, Quinjet felt worse to me than just like being the dedicated Reanimator build with like Elixir. I forget exactly what the dedicated Reanimator build is. Look on the YouTube channel for a highlight with that, but I don't think this felt like it was a meaningful improvement on that. Would you consider Kid Omega key and Reanimator? Yeah, in the dedicated Reanimator shell, Kid Omega tends to be pretty important. The Reanimator, in fact, one of the reasons why you don't see more of the dedicated Reanimator shell is because it needs so many niche series 4 and 5 cards to be playable. You need like Elixir and Fire Lord and Kid Omega and Fire Hair and Misery, and like some of those like Fire Hair and Misery are a little bit more flexible, but like most of these are like pretty narrow cards. All right, gamers, we are not going to be done streaming today, but we are going to spend a little bit of time drafting Once Upon a Galaxy to wrap things up. If you haven't checked out Once Upon a Galaxy before, I really would encourage you to hang out and check it out with me this afternoon. So they've been sponsoring my content for the last little bit, so shout out to them for the further support to make it possible to get to them so regularly on stream, but they've been one of my most played off-stream games for the last 2 months since I picked it up. If you like any of the strategy games I play here on the regular, Marvel Snap, Pokemon Pocket, Shadowverse, etc., you will probably love this game. And something that's incredibly refreshing about this game is it's not going to absolutely massacre your wallet to play it. There are a bunch of Hoaglandians. Update my title. There are a bunch of Hoaglandians that have been playing it completely free to play happily, and as someone who's used to taking my wallet and throwing it at a game, I actually bought, I forget, do I have gems left at this point? I bought $100 worth of their in-game currency to buy the handful of premium captains and some cosmetics that they had in their store. And I actually, and this is the new month of cosmetics, I might buy one or two of these. They're cute. The Wizard Headmaster especially is cute. I like, this is still my first $100 worth of gems, right? Like, oops, I'm gonna buy this one actually. This is just a cosmetic skin for one of the captains. So this is an auto battler drafting game, and I really feel like they kind of snapified the genre. And what I mean by that is, if you're someone that's bounced off of auto battler games in the past, you should really give this one a try still, because they kept a lot of the things that are great about auto battlers, but also streamlined them and made the gameplay flow a lot more cleanly in a way that's fun. They kept the best bits and made the rest of it feel fast and good. So these games, when you start, there's 3 different captains you pick from. You can actually re-roll the third one, so I guess there's 4. And you could draft them, and they have an ability here, and then you hit play and you jump out into the game. So King Midas as your character, let's go right from bronze to gold. So similar to other auto battler games, you normally draft 3 copies of a character to power them up. This one lets you basically skip the second one, but he breaks our heart to start, so he gives us a little bit of a pedal. So you can see, instead of starting with 3 hearts, I start with 2.5. There's a lineup of units in the center here. We have three different ones to pick from. The cards have an attack and a health, and then they have various rules text. So Flying Monkey here has the sneak mechanic. He attacks the back row units first, which has value against opposing cards like Puck here, who's a support unit who gives units in front of him +3 attack. So Flying Monkey sneaks past whatever the front row is that normally you have to attack through first, and picks off things like Puck. So I'm gonna draft Flying Monkey here. And then I think I'm gonna take Beanie Baby. So if I win my fight while I have this broken heart, it heals my heart back up, mitigating the downside of my captain. So Beanie Baby has a little bit of risk. When it dies, it actually leaves my board and becomes a worthless treasure, but it's got pretty good stats here, so it makes me more likely to win my opening fight. You draft 2 things, you position them on your board, and then you hit battle. And this captain is really good early. So there's a chance we're gonna die here and get pretty punished on the open of this draft. So we hit battle. Okay, we're gonna tie here, which means I don't heal, but I do lose my Beanie Baby, which puts us in a little bit of a worse spot here. So yeah, so the gameplay in this game is asynchronous when I hit play. So I'm drafting in real time, but my opponents are not. There's not a timer ticking. Like, I can sit here and chat with all of y'all about the details and how this game works without worrying about, you know, running out of clock. And the drafts that everybody else has done, they've drafted previously, and I'm playing into drafts that were done by actual human beings close to my MMR and rank previously. So I'm just going to prioritize drafting things with better stat lines to try and win an early fight to heal this broken heart. However, given that I lost this Beanie Baby, it's probably going to be a tough sell for us. I think we'll take Laser Shark. You know, it's ranged, which means when it attacks, it doesn't get attacked back. My units attack from left to right, so I'm going to put the Laser Shark up first so it can have a chance to attack before anything else happens. And we're going to get absolutely skunked here, so we're going to lose our other heart. That's sad. So when you lose a fight, you lose a heart. When you tie, you don't lose a heart, and then your draft either goes until you have no hearts left, or until the other 5 people in the draft have no hearts left. This is just a 7/4. This one increases buffs for my fairies, but I don't have any fairies. I'm just going to take the big guy. And then Jack Frost here is kind of nice. He's going to give the 2 things in front of him 5 extra attacks. There's a positional element here. You can see the Minotaur is a 7/9 when Jack's behind. If I slide him over, he becomes a 7/4. we're just gonna do this. All right, we won that fight, so they lose a heart here. We'll continue on. Frog Prince ain't bad. Pan Shadow, I think I might take Pan Shadow here. So Pan Shadow makes buffs from Fae get 1 bigger for the rest of the game. So this won't just give 5 health, it'll give 1 attack and 5 health to the things in front of it when I draft this. That's pretty clean. And then Baby Bear. Maybe we'll draft some animals this game. So Baby Bear's a good early to mid-game thing for animal synergies. You can see these 3 ones in my front row are all animals. Every turn, Baby Bear gives the slots that all of my animals are in +1 defense. And a slot bonus is different than giving the unit itself a bonus, because that slot bonus will carry over should I replace this unit with something else later. So Baby Bear is a really great unit to grab early, because it not only makes my early game stuff a little bit better, but the bonuses that it's providing carry over into the later game. Don Quixote is pretty solid here. So do I want to give up one of my animals? I think I give up Itsy Bitsy Spider. So Don says when he hunts, which means when he attacks and knocks something out, my shop offers me up something that's a higher rarity. And there's the Hungry Hyena. So I think I'm going to go ahead and grab this and replace the monkey at this point. And now each turn, all of my animal slots get 1 attack and 1 health. Shuffle these around a little bit to kind of ensure I'm spreading bonuses everywhere. We lost this fight, but when I lost the fight, my opponent only has 1 unit left, so I only lose half a heart. So if you lose a fight and they have 1 or 2 units left, you lose half a heart. If they have 3 or more, you lose a full heart. And you can see here the bonuses on each of my slots here while my units are KO'd. Pyrat's not bad. Is that better than Mentor, though? So Pyrat, when it hunts, it makes his slot bigger, which I kind of like. This other slot up here I haven't talked about yet today. This is a spell, so it kind of gives you an effect and then goes away. This spell says give all your characters 1/1, and if you win this fight, give them another 1/1. I think I'm happy with that. I'm gonna slide Jack Frost back into this first slot here so that we'll make the Pyrat and Don Quixote be a little bit bigger. All right, so Don just successfully hunted, which means that we're gonna get a extra high rarity thing in our shop here. So my characters have Farewell, give my slot 4/4. So basically every time one of my units dies, it's going to make its slot get a permanent buff, which I think I'm into. I'm gonna replace Jack Frost at this point. Our draft is not actually going that well. I don't have particularly big numbers at this point. I'm down to 1 heart already. The downside of my Midas is not going swimmingly. You can see our opponents here are outscaling us pretty well. This one's going to be a quick exit. We'll hit play again. Yeah. So there are only 6 people in a draft, so we got last in that one. I would love to draft Merrily. So Merrily says the leftmost character in your shop has 1/1, and then you improve this buff by 1. Is there any downsides to it? So there's a ranked ladder, so my MMR goes down when I lose that. And then you get a bonus when you finish in the top half of the draft. So first, second, or third, you get a bonus for your deck. Now, Merrily here just improves the leftmost card in my shop by 1, so unless the leftmost card is really bad, usually I just draft the leftmost card a couple of times here. And Pix is a lovely one, gives +3 health to the thing in front of her, and Jack in the Box actually goes really well with Pix. When it dies, it summons a 1/1, which then Pix will be able to support as well. Are you still unlocking cards? Yeah, I'm not a total degen like some of you. I actually don't have any of my characters fully unlocked yet. Jim, thanks for the raid. Were you checking out some Galaxy 2, or are you doing something else? I've been playing a ton of this, both on and off stream. Hope Life Trio. This game bangs. It really does. We've been playing a bunch of this one. I played a little bit more last season. I think I'm level 35 or 40-ish for this season. Turn 2, I really like Mysterious Egg, and it's got the early bonus here, so I think we're gonna grab that, and then, yeah, I don't mind Despicable Shmee. Let's put him out here. Fun fact, the toy villain from Jack in the Box is a pirate, so I think I'm actually gonna put Despicable Shmee in the back, so that way the Jack toy can hopefully attack and get some attack bonus there, like we just saw. Lovely. This game actually replaced Snap for me at my off-stream time, which I didn't think would happen for a while. Yeah, I mean, unironically, Jim, I've been describing this game as like the Snapified version of an auto battler. It really feels like they took the things that are good about auto battlers and kept the best bits and got rid of the rest. So silver cards. We were playing Captain Midas last time, so we didn't have silvers. Silvers give your character +1/+1. And notably, they don't count as one of your 2 drafts for the turn. So I drafted Katamari already, but I can also draft this Pix, and then I get another draft here. And then I can draft Katamari, and I get another draft here. Thanks, Jim, you too. Twinkle, twinkle. I think I'm going to cast a spell, because if I cast a spell, it triggers Merrily, which is going to make my shop a little better. Well, I kind of wouldn't mind upgrading Jack in the Box at this point. That's close. I think our board's good enough that I can go ahead and just swing clear. Hey, Thud. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Appreciate you, you re-upping. Welcome back. Finally lost a fight, but only by a little bit, so we only lose half a heart. And one of the upsides of losing half a heart here is if we win the next fight, that heart heals back off, which is great. There's a gold character. So we draft a gold character. We get to discover a treasure, which gives us a bonus for the rest of the game. Twin Shot gives all my characters 2 attack. Golden Ring gives my gold characters 3/3. And Curse Ring gives villains in my shop 2/2. I'm gonna grab Twin Shot here. And there's a silver. Grab Shmee. We're gonna be casting spells. I kind of like Morgan Le Fay. She's one of the better spell paths. So she has range, which means when she attacks, she doesn't take damage back. And whenever I cast a spell, she gives another character +2 attack permanently, which is pretty solid. And then we won this combat, so I get to heal that heart back up that got damaged. Our Mysterious Egg pops into a higher rarity character, and that is one of the worst possible epics we could have found. Very sad. Bust from your Fae, give 3/3 for the rest of the game, but that's a recruit ability, so I actually didn't get its effect. So hopefully we'll grab a Kiss here to upgrade that to something else. When I grab Nightshade here, buff some spells, give 2/2 for the rest of the game. We're going to be casting some spells between Merrily and Morgan, I think. It's going to Twinkle, Twinkle. How does unlocking content work? So there are a select number. If there's a captain that's on their season pass that you have to pay for cash, like similar, identical to Marvel's Taps model. And then there is a handful of captains that you buy for their premium currency, which are gems, and all of those eventually become free over time. They're time gated up front, essentially. Goodie Bag's not a terrible one here, because it's boosted up from my Merrily Captain ability, and it transfers its stats. However, Lost in the Woods just gives me a bonus shop, and it counts as casting a spell, so it triggers my Morgan, and it makes my Merrily bonus bigger, which is kind of nice. Karma Chameleon's kind of fun. It's big enough to get the hunt in at this point, so I think I'm going to go ahead and grab that. And then Pick Up Peppers. I would like to give Morgan Le Fay 5/5, and then my next shop will be all mages and villains and such. Pretty happy to tie this combat. It looked like it was going to go sideways for us for a little bit. Wicked Witch. Love this one. I think I'm actually going to swap. I'm going to swap Morgan now. So I'll swap the Katamari here. So Wicked Witch here says, after I attack, reduce the health of the enemies, the one next to it, to 1 health. Very powerful effect. I think we're probably going to be giving up picks at this point. And I really like Iron Cast Dragon if we're going to be casting a lot of spells. So Iron Cast Dragon says, whenever you cast a spell directly on me, get a random common treasure. So Pix has kind of outlived her usefulness. Wicked Witch is going to kill that and then set the health on this to 1. Perfect. I think I'm going to reroll Pisces here. Just not a very good effect for us. We got it at random. Sparkles isn't bad. Gives all our stuff 3 attack each turn. I might through the Looking Glass the Chameleon as well here. That seems fine. Another random epic. Frank's not terrible. Frank says whenever any character is KO'd, he gets +2/+2 permanently. So we're going to put him in the back so he gets attack blast. That way lots of things die and he's going to scale it for us. Yes, who attacks first each turn is a 50-50 random, with the asterisk being there is a treasure that guarantees you attack first, as well as a couple of cards that let you guarantee attack first. Generally speaking, it's a coin. Robin's pretty decent, but I also kind of just don't mind casting Blessings on the Ironcast Dragon and getting some spells going. The Kraken's not bad either. I could Kraken. The problem with Kraken is I really want my Hunt unit and my Range unit both in the first slot, so that kind of fights with the Wicked Witch. I don't think I want to give up Wicked Witch. And Robin's not that much better than Morgan. I'm just going to go ahead and Blessing my Ironcast Dragon. Gives me a treasure, triggers my spell cast. Mixo Macho. At the start of a fight, select a character and gain its grow its stats equal to the enemy cross strip. That's not bad. So I'm going to Mixo Macho the Wicked Witch, so hopefully she can scale up here a little bit. And yep, she's going to copy the Scar stats. Lovely. Close fight here. Fairy Godfather is lovely here. Each fight, and whenever you cast a spell directly on me, your lowest rarity characters get +15/+15. The rarity of our characters is this gem here in the center. So if I replace Morgan Le Fay with this, now all of my lowest rarity characters are this epic rarity. And I can cast this spell on the Fairy Godfather, so all of my epics get +15/+15, which is quite good here. So now we have a way to really get scaling this game. We're gonna get a bunch of our lands 15/15 every time the turn starts and every time we cast a spell on this. Quite good, decisive win there. Now that we're moving. So do I want to replace the Ironcast Dragon with Wizard of Oz? I think I might, because this one wants me to cast spells on him, but all my spells are going on Fairy Godfather at this point. And Wizard here says, support, give the characters in front of me +18/+18, 2/2 for each spell you've cast. I want to just keep casting spells, I think. Although, do I want to Through the Looking Glass something? I don't know that I do. I think I'm just going to Boon Willow, which gives my back slots 2/2 when I recruit it. Not super exciting that we missed on good spells there, unfortunately. Ooh, Wicked Witch dying there before she could attack. Means we're gonna get beat up very badly here. Alright, so double gives a slot 3/3 and then doubles its buffs. So you see me lifting up my cards here to look at my slot buffs. So the back slots have 2/2 and this middle slot has 2/8. I want to target Fairy Godfather. So I'm going to shuffle this to the center, and then I'm going to double that slot because it's the biggest one. So we can see here that went up to 10/22. It got 3/3 and then doubled it up. Shrink Tea. I think I'll just do that at this point. Statue of Olympus says whenever you cast a combat spell, give your characters 5/5. So Shrink Tea is going to trigger the statue. So our friends are scaling up here. Looks like we should have a pretty decisive win this combat. Knock this person out. This draft going much better than the previous one that we rolled out of real quick. There's a silver for Fairy Godfather. What big teeth? I would like to give him teeth, which powers up my board. Abracadabra sounds lovely. Get a bonus shop of all spells. There's a Midas Touch. Turn a silver character gold and give it 3/3. So when you gold a character, its bonus is double, so this gives 30-30 to all of my epics every turn. However, there's only 2 of us left in this draft, and this person's draft is going pretty well. I need Wicked Witch to get an attack. And oh, she lived Sir Francis. That's so good for us. Now the Hydra got set to 1. Coolio. Okay, so we're in a position to play for first here. Not guaranteed. There's going to be some variance in how our attacks go, but we're capable of knocking them out here, which is pretty good. I want to Presence of Gaia my first slot, I think, but again, I want to make sure I target Fairy Godfather, because when I target Fairy Godfather, he gives that 30-30 bonus to all my lower rarity cards. So, who attacks first is random, and where you attack is random. So, my Witch will hit one of their 3 front things if she's alive to attack, or if I go first, but which one she hits is variant, has some variance behind it. And Wicked Witch is very powerful, because she says she sets the health to 1 of the thing that she hits and everything next to it. So setting the Hydra's health to 1 there is obviously huge for us. All right, we get another knockout here. So we just need to win 1 more now. We're gonna Grodo the Fairy Godfather. Frankenstein. I'm gonna Grodo the Fairy Godfather. Yeah, their Hydra being center is the reason why we've been winning this, despite them winning the attack first coin flip. So again, and this is one of the things that makes async a little bit different, is the opponent is not positioning their draft elements against ours, right? Like, this is a draft that our opponent played against someone else, so they probably had a reason in the game where they were playing. Perhaps they wanted to farm with Drake, or they were dodging a Mixo match, or something else that made sense for their Hydra to be center. We can't know. These numbers get huge. I love engine builder board games. You're gonna love this game, Sling Digger. That's exactly correct. Well, I'm not gonna tell you there's never a feels bad, because there are some variance elements like who attacks first and where they hit. I genuinely think this game has avoided a lot of the pitfalls that makes things like Marvel Snap often have feel bads. Like, there's some interactive bits, like Wicked Witch is an interactive bit, but there's not a constant flow of Shang-Chi's and Shadow Kings and other things that break your stuff. This game is very much about building an engine and getting to see your cards combo and flourish in a way that's sweet. All right, I need to run to the restroom really quick. While I do that, I'm gonna tap a Twitch ad so it doesn't happen over the top of gameplay. We're gonna chill and draft this for the last hour of the stream today. It's super fun. Thanks everybody for hanging out. If you haven't checked out Once Upon a Galaxy, you can do so using the links pinned above either of the chats there. BRB. BRB. Yes, they also do live balance in a way that makes sense. It's very, very, very good. Love me a game that does live balance. Sync across phone and computer. So you can't currently pause a draft in the middle on one platform and pick it up on the other, but your account is the same on both. So your progress on PC and phone, like when you collect cards and stuff, is there. So let's explain collecting cards here really quick. So there is a common pool of cards that every captain sees in every draft. And then your captain has a deck of cards that dictate extra cards you can see during your draft that other people in the draft won't see unless they have them in their deck. So one of the things you grind for in this game as you play is when you finish in the top half of a draft, you get a random card towards the deck for that captain that lets you customize extra cards that appear in your draft. And each captain has a different starter deck of cards that are reasonable and provide synergies for you to play with. In fact, when you start playing this game, you just shouldn't worry about the decks at all and just focus on the starter. Just hit play, look at the captain abilities, and hit play. And you can look in here to read what the cards do, but you're not going to be able to customize until you collect a few up. We just did a spellcasting draft. Let's roll. Oh, Print, this is one of my favorites. She's so much fun. So there are a ton of typing synergies in this game, and Princess Animal says your animals are all character types, which unlocks some really sick combos. There are some things that you could do with this captain that you just like can't do with any other, just because you get synergies with things. Yes, it's Annie all, because they're all the types. Very, very funny. I think I'm gonna drive, and this is one of them, right? So there's these early characters, Daughter of Athena and the Wicked Witch, that say recruit 3 heroes or 3 villains, while all of my animals are heroes and villains. So I can just draft animals to meet her requirement, which is great. So this land shark is a hero. Pix is a hero organically, not an animal. And then hyena, this is a perfect pickup here. So this starts buffing all of my animal slots, which is exactly what I want. And then this says all villains in my shop get 2/2. Well, thanks to my captain, all of my animals are villains. Top tier puntsmanship. It really is top tier puntsmanship. Yep. So you can see the hyena distributes some bonuses there at the start of our fight. All of my animal slots get a little bit bigger. There's Baby Bear, and I think I'm gonna give up picks at this point, so I have animals in all 5 slots. Although this is an interesting one. So this is Wink. Wink says hunt. Buffs from your Fae give 1/1 for the rest of the game. So these are Fae because of Princess Animal. So if he attacks and knocks something out, Baby Bear's not going to give 1 health. He's going to give 1 attack and 1 health. And Hyena's not going to give 1 attack to my slots every turn. It's going to give 2 attack and 1 health. So now, Wink attacked and killed something, so he hunted. So he lost this combat, but these are better for the rest of the game now, which is a huge deal. I think I'm gonna draft picks here, which just gives me a gold. The link pinned above the chat there gives you my affiliate link to help you install on whichever platform that you own. First character recruit each turn gets 4 attack. I think I like this one. Get a random slot bonus 2/2. So, unfortunately, as my opponents scale here, Wink's gonna have a little bit harder time hunting. I would love Baby Bear here. I think I just want an extra heart here. Give me my draft is set to scale really well here. Shipshape Inspector says, as each of your slots buffed, which we definitely do. Do I want to try and get knockouts with Wink here? I think I do. I think I'm gonna take this. Your treasure buffs give an extra 2/2. Your recruit abilities are farewell abilities. Get an additional captain. I'm gonna take Energizer. Yeah, I might have to give up on the Wink Dream at this point. Our opponents are scaled enough that he's just not gonna get any knockouts. Yeah, we got 1 ball. Okay, here's a good one. So Pisces says buffs from your Fae give 3/3 when you recruit it. These are Fae in the back now, so This gives 4, 6 to my slots every turn. This gives 5, 4 to my slots every turn. Oh my gosh, and this upgraded into a Mockingbird. That's so good. That's so good. These are eventually going to get replaced with more animals here, but for the time being. Yeah, I could have shuffled back and forth, I guess, to get this more powerful, to make Wink maybe trigger more later. If we find a silver Wink, I might put him back in. Yeah, I'm gonna replace Pisces with Foul Lich here. Just looking to get more animals. This is my friend Roselot's 1/1. Sure, none of these other cards are very exciting. And you can see just these lasting bonuses stacking up each turn from the Baby Bear and the Hungry Hyena. So this draft is in a very good spot. We've got scaling numbers in the mid game, but I've also got a lot of good things I can draft towards in the late game that make us more powerful. Like I'm gonna grab Stinky here. We'll grab a Silver Hungry Hyena. I want Scar. Whenever your characters hunt, give your villains in your shop 8/8. All of my animals are villains, so that sounds great. So every time Scar hunts, well, he's dead now. How do custom decks work exactly? Will you not see cards outside of that deck? So think of your custom deck or your starter deck as an extra booster pack that you bring for your draft that other people don't see. So there's a shared common pool of cards that everybody sees in every draft. And then the 12 cards in your specific deck are in additional to those from here. Yeah, so this gives all of my phase +1 health. That sounds lovely. This is a very strong animal. Sneak and range, so it doesn't take damage back and it hits their back row first. I think I'm giving up Stinky. I'm not ready to give up these. These are still scaling my slots a ton each turn. Shoots the Frankenstein Doctor, which will deny them some bonuses. That's nice. I am excited. Yeah, they're gonna have a new set of cards coming out for this game here soon too. It's been in open beta for about 2 months, so they're gonna drop a new set of cards next month, I believe is the plan. I'm gonna draft Nessie for now, but I don't think I'm gonna put her on my board just yet. She's not that much bigger than Scar, but drafting the first copy means she can be silver later. When I draft a card that I don't want to put on my board, I put it in this top left, and it still counts as like in my pool. Okay, I'm actually going to replace Scar with the Blackbird's Parrot, because all of my animals are pirates, and this gives my pirates, when they hunt, give their slot 7/8, because it's also a Fae that's been getting all these Fae bonuses. So, Baby Bear and Hungry Hyena give all my slots a bonus every turn, and now whenever one of my characters attacks and knocks something out, its slot gets a bigger bonus too. And again, all of these bonuses are permanent for the rest of the game, so we're just like slowly scaling up as we go. I'm going to draft a silver copy of this because it doesn't take up one of my drafts for the turn, and if I find a gold copy later, it gets me another treasure, which is nice. Pisces increases my Fae buffs by 3/3, meaning this Baby Bear is going to give 7/10 each turn. This one's going to give 8/8, and now this one gives 10/11. I think I'm just putting Silver and SC into here for now. Oh my gosh, it's so many silvers. There's a Wink, huh? I think we're too far gone for Wink to be useful. I'm just going to grab Silver Scar for now. And there's one of the biggest animal payoffs in the game. So when one of your animals attacks, give them all 12/13. Do I need Mockingbird? I kind of think I don't. Can I give up Mockingbird? I think they're just not getting through the rest of my stuff, yeah? Parents giving me... Oh my goodness, that's a monstro. Oh, well, alrighty then. Looks like we're cruising towards the first with this one, gamers. We are pippity popping. Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of different ways we could replace here. We are humming along very nicely at this point. When you pick a card, give a random character 3/3, then improve this ability by 3. I accept humbly and graciously. I think it's time to release the Quacken. None of these matter. None of these matter. I guess fortifications technically gives me 2 extra health. Oh, the Quacken wasn't big enough to hunt there. That's sad. We won the fight, but my Quacken didn't get to hunt. Guardian of the Grove. Excellent. Silver. Okay, I'm gonna double the slot bonus on this Kraken, yeah? So we'll give it 1-1 and then it'll double up. Because the slot bonus is freaking huge. Lovely. The almost perfects. Very clean, very clean. See, we got first place, we get some stars, which levels us up on the pass, and then we get a card for our specific captains. You can see here, until I hit level 35 on the pass, and I get +6 cards. So that takes 6 cards and distributes them randomly among captains that I don't have their decks complete. I actually haven't played any individual captains enough to complete their single deck. So you can see a number of them are getting more full that I've played more frequently. But there's 80 cards in this base set. You can kind of see you get one card when you top half with them, and then other random ones from things like the past. And there's a couple like Chief Evil Officer and Athena who I've basically never played, and they haven't rolled random ones particularly often. I already played Barely. Oh, let's play Headmaster Wizard. This is the one we just bought the cosmetic for. He's fun. Cast 3 spells, so you get an uncommon mage, then upgrade this ability to the next rarity. Got a bunch of fun spell casting things in the deck. Do you want to make any changes here? Let's do a quick double check. Looks good. We'll take... I'll take Step Mommy to start. We'll prioritize drafting some evil here. Get her towards her quest. One of the payoffs for casting spells is the Wizard of Oz, who is a support card. So trying to get common treasures, so that way you can find the one that gives all of your support things 1/1 has a lot of value. Couple of losses here early, unfortunately. I think we'll take Katamari and trigger this. There's the Magic Acorn to spread out those supports. And then Puck here is lovely. We put him in the back, and now he supports all of our front friends. Rudolph. You know, I don't know offhand what Rudolph does. I should take a peekaboo at him. Morgan Le Fay, wonderful spellcasting payoff. So let's get her in slot 1 with my range thing. Katamari's a silver, so doesn't take up one of my drafts. Then we're gonna go ahead and presence here. I really like putting the Presence of God on the first slot in the back, because there's a rare card that shares the slot buffs with the things in front of it. Cast Presence again here, and then if I cast one more spell, I get to trigger this and get Uncommon Mage. It's not a bad one. Each spell you cast counts for Treasure Hoard, but we're going to cast a lot of spells. That makes our Treasure Hoard units much better if we find them. So opponent is playing a Toys draft, which summons lots of things when they die, unfortunately punching us out there. I guess we'll take Chaos. Spoonful of sugar here. I'll take Navi, so if we hit silver on her, we could draft it without getting a penalty. Might be a fast one here. Yeah, rip. Couple of first places and a couple of sixth places today. Not a lot of in between, huh? So Dorothy says, whenever you complete a quest to get an extra treasure. Let's try her. That seems fun. Do we have what's her name in here? I do not. No quests in my first 2 drafts is unfortunate. won the first combat attack there though, so that's nice. Itsy bitsy spider. There's a quest, daughter of Athena. Double support there is pretty big. I got a few animals. Baby bear sounds nice. Cool Tink. Need one more hero to trigger her quest. There's another hero, so we get to get 2 treasures from here. But like, I don't mind some breadcrumbs. Let's just re-roll the shop every turn if we need it. I like getting a slot bonus every turn. Sounds lovely. Replace Daughter of Athena with Pyrat here. And I'm going to put this in the slot in the back again, because if we find our, what's it called? Our rare unit. Let's upgrade. Man, that's a tough loss. We were very firmly outscaled there. Ahab is reasonable if we could get his quest randomly. Maybe I want Tink here to make him bigger potentially. Well, I kind of like these getting larger too. None of these are super exciting. I think I'm just casting the spell. He's very high variance to get his quest to go. Really, is another full heart again? Quite, only a half at least. Bear's not terrible. Navi heals my broken heart, which is nice. I want Blackbeard's parrot. I think I do. These are both pirate animals, yeah. This is technically a pirate as well. Oh, come on, game. Well, that's super unfortunate. Queued into one person that still had that thing that could punch my backline. I think we'll do this. Got Phil lifting with his legs here, getting to constantly respawn, but not quite enough. I don't have a direction that we're building it is the problem. Like I have kind of mediocre numbers right now, and I don't have a clear. I draft these things to like unlock what our build is doing. Gosh, maybe it's just like Frankenstein at this point, just to get some numbers into play. Queuing into someone else who's also not having the best draft of their life, doing some good for us. Could have gone worse, I suppose. Phil and Stinky kind of want to occupy the same slot. I guess we take Nessie as just a big thing. I'm gonna grab Titania here. She gives the slots in front of her 20 health each turn. I just need some amount of numbers here, basically. If variants on Phil attacks go our way, we might have a shot here. That was pretty reasonable, all things considered. All right, that win's a big deal for us. All right, we have a goal. Cast 4 spells in a single fight. None of those are going to help us do that. I'm going to take the Stroke of Midnight just because I kind of need the help at this point. Oh, come on! We almost stabilized this stupid thing too. The 1 HP on, and we would have we would have won that if the Oberon would have hit Frankenstein. Or sorry, we wouldn't have won it, but we would have lost by less. So that means if the Oberon would have hit Frank, it would have died, and then we'd have only lost half a heart here. We would have gotten to play another round. And this was the only person in the draft who was undefeated at this point, which meant their draft was one of the stronger ones. So that's, like I said, there's no variance because you've got some random bits and attacks like that, but man. No, I'm going to just be doing regular async lobbies, I think, the rest of the week. Magus, we've been doing so many viewer lobbies when we play this that I haven't gotten any progress on my pass, and the season's almost done. So I really want to get my pass to at least 50. I just haven't had as much time to play off stream this month. The kids' extracurricular schedule has really picked up. Just haven't had much off stream gaming time. So Artemis gives us a secret rare shop eventually, so I want to prioritize drafting things that give me a lot of good stuff early, or good points early, so that way I can try to live to the late game, essentially. And then he drafts Prince Charming, because he hates himself. I mean, my starting draft is really good here, and assuredly I'm not going to get punished for drafting Prince Charming. Every fucking time. Every fucking time I draft Prince Charming, I hit the one person in my draft that has just, like, absolute utter butters. Never lucky. Yeah, I agree with that, Roth. It would be nice to see who you're queuing into before you start making your choices in some spots like that. Like here, right? Like I would bet there's a good chance our draft in that last turn before we got stopped would have beaten literally everybody else in the draft except the person we queued into. So bad to get queued. What that happened? I've got a bunch of spell buffs. A bunch of spell related characters here. So I think I'm gonna do this. Yes, with Mixo Macho, it definitely has a lot of value for sure. Surely this time it's fine. I'm gonna queue into the same fucking person again and be so tilted. All right, so we didn't get punished, but we didn't win the fight either and heal it. So 6 and 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. I think I'm taking Calypso. Perfect, healed it back. So Calypso says, whenever we cast a spell, give your mages and pirates +2/+1. So we're gonna want some more mages and pirates here if we can. Anytime in between time, we'll cast some spells. That is a super early Tiamat, holy. I think I take Long John Silver, right? Honestly, I think I might put Silver over this back support just because he's a pirate that gets bigger from my, a full heart there is so rude. I really want to take Wicked Witch, but I also just need to cast a spell and scale a little bit this turn, I think. Oh, my Kraken hit the one thing it couldn't kill, and then I lost a full heart. Oh, please, mercy. Oh, man. That's very disappointing. Pirate spells. I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate Trash Panda. Redrafting till we have to. It does feel a little bit like it. It's been some really miserable RNG. Speaking of, what a terrible 1-2 draft to start. I'm gonna put Penny in the 3rd slot, hoping that the gingerbread house dies before she attacks, which is what happens. That's nice. Get her a couple more points here to start. Ahab is lovely. Let's put Ahab in the back right, give him the best chance to hunt something down. Taking a trade there is nice. Let's do cast 3 spells to get a common treasure that upgrades. Let's cast some of this. Penny missing on the attack coin flip twice in a row. Ahab gets a treasure though, so that's nice. Anytime he triggers, it feels like a gift. Love Royal Invitation. Your first shop always has 3 characters of your shops ready. However, Dwarven cart, we're gonna get a lot of treasures with this build. I'm gonna do this. We'll get a Royal Invitation off the cart later, Copium. I think I actually want Boon Willow here. Playing her slot bonuses forward has a lot of value. Wand of Anger is a sweet common one to get whenever we cast a spell. Get 1/1. That's exactly what we're looking for with this captain. Would like to pump up my friends. Calypso. That's lovely. Mages and pirates get bigger when we cast spells. Stop killing my Penny before she can blunder. She just wants to blunder, chat. Let her blunder. Cast some spells. Ooh, Lich King's Heart is lovely. Hit legendary. Nice. You love to hear it. Penny got to plunder that turn. Lovely. This game's going all right so far. Need some more mages and pirates that are higher quality here, but we're scaling. There's a big lady. I've definitely done a number of drafts where Plunder Penny ends up staying in my draft for far too long, just so I buffer up a ton. Titania's lovely, and I think I'm gonna put her in the middle, honestly. We're gonna keep these two around for a little while. Ogre Magi, hunt! Cast a spell at the start of your next turn. Yep, that sounds great. I'm gonna eventually move him into the front. Am I? No, I'm gonna put him in the front now. I think I want to put what's on these. Love to gold my penny. None of those are the Sherry or what's it called that I was hoping for. A giant grow my ogre magi. I want to try and get this one big enough to get hunting. Loki's scepter. When you cast a spell on a mage, cast it again on another mage. Yep. Ogre magi, pop it off here. I love free spells, chat. Happily ever after. Give a character 12/4. All right, chat. We're sailing along here. Eureka! Get to cast Eureka twice. There's a Shield of Athena from our captain. All the numbers are going burr, and there's the big payoff, chat. When you cast a spell, give your characters 5/5. Sure would like to give my characters 5/5 when I cast a spell. And then we've got that Loki scepter that says whenever we cast a spell, we get to do it. Oh, and there's Abilities Loot. When you pick a card, give a random character 1/1 and then improve it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. But I'm going to mix so match Merlin here in the back, so hopefully it can scale up a little bit here. little scale, but not too big. Clean living. We're playing for first, which you love to see. Huff and Puff. Sure thing. The Ogre Magi giving us extra free shopping shirt. Also pretty good with that. Hephaestus. When I appear in the shop, if you have a common, uncommon, and rare treasure gold me, I think I'm giving up to Tanya at this point. Makes a random character in your shop golden each turn. Yes, please. Yes, please. Give your heroes 3/3. You don't have any heroes? One. Your villains? That's a villain. That's a villain. Yeah, I'll take Sword of the Wicked. Secret rare. That's a Zeus! I have plus 10 attack for each spell you've cast this game. You sure do, big boy. You sure do. Boop. All right, we've fully come out the other side of the bad RNG. Oh, and he triples the first spell you cast each turn. Which, I guess tripling lightning bolt's actually kind of not good. That's fine. When you hunt, give your characters 3/3. Your buffs from spell give an extra 7/7. Absolutely. What is a good MMR in this game? I think someone in, I think it was our extras in the Discord server said average MMR is like 1400 or so. And then high MMR is like north of 2100. I believe I'm currently around 2500 if I recall correctly. Silver Moon. I would love to silver, my friends. I would love a legendary treasure. Thank you for asking. How about some big brass cannonballs, chat? They actually tell you your MMR. They do actually tell you your MMR. Yeah, I can show you where to access that. It's in the rightmost screen. Man, there's still a bunch of this draft left to go. Ooh, that's a big Guinevere. Our numbers are gonna get to scale a bit more here, yep. Zeus get to do some work here with his ranged attacks. There's big brass cannonballs. Give your characters 22/8. If you win the fight, give them 22/8 again. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Baby. It's more difficult to win when you approach 2100. Absolutely. You will definitely... Like, I'm sure some of you at home, like, see me not top halfing these drafts. You're like, I top half a lot of my drafts. Don't worry, gamer, that'll change. Keep playing. Keep playing. Keep playing and keep top halfing all of your drafts. That'll stop eventually. Natterjack, thank you for the over 7 years. Welcome back. Enjoy your wins. They're good, but like I promise you keep winning, and a humbling is coming. The next character we recruit has plus 27, plus 11. Excellent. Grow dough. I would love to grow. This is our last fight, chat! It's always sad to see a good one end. Lovely. So to show MMR for people that haven't seen it, the trophy over here on the right will tell you your rank in your MMR. I got beat up a little bit this season, actually. I came in, I think I entered or legendary or whatever it's called at the top here. Yeah, legendary at around 2600 MMR. So I fallen off a little bit as we've interchanged some of these. Yeah, and the MMR doesn't show until you hit the top rank. Maximus, spell-based Maximus. This is Pirates. I kept losing with Pirates yesterday. Assuredly, this is the draft where Pirates goes well for us. I think I'm gonna take my characters at +2 health right away. I really want to win some of these early fights. Feeling pretty good to tie there. Their board was kind of nuts. Honestly, I think I'm going to take the one that gives me plus health over plus attack, because this one gives extra attack when my pirates attack. So he survived there because of it. Lovely. Your next shop is all pirates. I like pirates. Golden Aladdin. I kind of like Beckman, though. Now I'm going to go with the Aladdin. Supports for all of my front people. Lovely. Taking full hearts off of people here as we aggro them down. So one of the things to be aware of when you're drafting pirates is there is a pirate payoff that gives you a bonus for every pirate you've silvered over the course of the game. Gives you an extra treasure. So you really kind of want to prioritize drafting a big range of pirates. You can silver a bunch of them, essentially. Oh, you stupid monkey. That's annoying. It killed my support pirate in the back there. Oh, is Weirdbeard gold pirates now? I actually didn't know that. It's kind of funny. That's another one. I think I'm putting this here. I think I'm putting this here. My statement still stands about wanting to draft as many pirates as possible. I think I'll take my first shop as always. Max things in the shop rarity helps you hit those higher rarity ones a lot better. Ooh, really glad to only lose half a heart there. That was looking a little scuffed for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna roll a him up. We'll see what we get. Oh my gosh, Robin is such an insane payoff. That is such a good bit of RNG. Hitting Stinky on the one and whatever is bad RNG. What's her name will be forever at least here. Oh, I forgot we hadn't triggered this yet. Whenever one of your hearts is empty, get a treasure of your shop's thing. Oh, that's really good. This is kind of tough. Do I take Excalibur and then prioritize drafting some pirate heroes? It's early enough that I could prioritize drafting a bunch of heroes. This could also get going and be okay though. I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna draft a couple more heroes. This game has been out for a little bit. I'm just hearing about it now. Advertising works. Shout out to the the team for sponsoring my content. Wow, he triggered right away. That's so good. Bronze characters in your shop have 30/30. Honestly, that might be good. I'm gonna draft some more bronze characters this game. Get 2 random treasures, 1 for each pirate you have. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. I do this, so Oberon gives +20 attack to each of these in front of them each turn, so it's lovely. Toys draft is a little bit scary, but thanks to Excalibur, our heroes are scaled really hard. We took a full heart off of them. It's great. Oh, and that's another weird beard. Oh, Lost in the Woods here, looking for another bigger hero or something like a better Oberon. Sounds great. Remember, if I give up any of my heroes, my 3 heroes get worse. We're just scrolling here. We're just scrolling. Do I give up Conan for this one? I think I want to give up Conan for this one. It's close. It's close though. About to get big punished for this choice, huh? I hate that this card gives them a thing and then it takes my full heart away. It's so tilting. Heroes and villains have HUD to give your characters 5/5. Yep. 2 for each pirate. Yes, please, Weirdbeard. Choose 2. I think I'm just replacing Oberon. Yep. Lovely pirates. Look at all these pirates, chat. That's a hero. I need a hero. I might just replace Weirdbeard at this point. This makes all my heroes bigger. He's ready for Swamp Thing and DC Dark Legion. We're not going to get him in our server for a little bit. So he looks like a sweet design, but I don't actually get to touch it for a little while, the way their releases work. We're supposed to get Hippolyta soon, though. I'm excited for her. Do I want to silver my friends? I think we'll silver our friends. Yeah, I'll take a gold, then I get 2 treasures out of here. All my pirates have treasure hoard too. Your recruit abilities are also farewell abilities. Oh no! I got Mushroom Ring after I gave up Weirdbeard. Weirdbeard Mushroom Ring is the dream. That's so sad. I think we're actually playing for a second here too. Yeah, looks like we're gonna get cooked by this. So, this is actually the first time we've had one of these today. Especially at higher MMRs. We talked about it getting harder at higher MMRs. When you're drafting well in this game, you're gonna be able to consistently hit top half and get your reward. But like this draft, while not a bad draft, is definitely just it's like a 6 out of 10 or a 6.5 out of 10. And when you run into someone else who has an 8 or a 9 out of 10, they're gonna beat you down. All right, let's hit play again, shall we? Ooh, we haven't done a toys draft yet today. Geppetto. In fact, talking about starter decks, I actually have basically only played Geppetto starter decks, so they're lovely. Geppetto says, whenever a character gets summoned during a fight, give it slot 1 attack. When you golden a toy, increase this by 1. So, unfortunately, did not hit any here that summoned anything to start our fight off, which is very sad. Or start our draft off. Man, that's unlucky. They have not communicated in advance what next month's expansion will drop. I assume they don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. Busted Bot is lovely. Get Geppetto's bonus going, so it summons a friend, which gives the slot bonus. Is there a Pinocchio card? You know, I don't think there is a Pinocchio card. Right? I'm trying to think. I don't think there is. So, new seasons always start on the first day of the month. However, a new season is different than the new set launching. So there's gonna be a new set of cards that add new things to draft to the game and new cards to collect for the characters. Elven Toys. Whenever you summon a character, give it 5 attack. Lovely. Most of the characters in this game, Baker, are like, what's it called? Generic fairy tale type stuff. Raggedy Ann is lovely. I think we're replacing Laser Shark at this point. Public domain is the word my brain was struggling to make. So we got a bunch of things that summon things. That way Geppetto can go ahead and pump up my slots here. Lovely. Goodie bag. Another one. Another one. Look at all of our friends summoning. Honestly, I wouldn't mind losing 1 heart here so Raggedy Ann can start pumping up Andy every turn. I'm going to giant grow the goodie bag because it passes its buff forward onto the thing that it summons. So making this thing larger is very good. Kind of get the stats twice, essentially. I'm gonna have my wish granted here, and I'm gonna lose a heart here, it looks like. So now every time this dies, Andy will get a little bigger. This draft type doesn't use supports long term. I think I'm gonna take bounty contract ? To make the goodie bag bigger potentially. And this is a sweet payoff for toys. Whenever any character is KO'd, it gets +2/+2, and all of our toys are getting KO'd and stuff. Getting KO'd a lot. So all 4 of these things are things that die 2 or more times. They just like crank Frank up to the max as they like sit here and get murdered in front of us. Yeah, Frank scales up very quick. This isn't like an early Frank, it's like a mid-game Frank, but our archetype means that we're gonna be able to have him scale reasonably quick. So close there to being able to take the trade out, but they're what's it called? Ranged getting us. I don't think I want to kiss anything. I'll just take a treasure here. You discover a treasure, the left one is higher rarity. Give one of your slots 10/10. Yeah, I like giving a slot 10/10 every turn. Slot bonus. Slot bonuses are good with our units that summon things because then 2 things get to utilize that slot bonus. Something to be aware of is units like Raggedy Ann that summon a specific character. The character that they summon carries its bonuses over round to round. So every time Andy gets summoned, he gets 3/3, and then he keeps that 3/3 into the next round. Something that's good to be aware. I'm just gonna keep pumping up the goodie bag here when I have nothing else good to draft, and that's an option. So you can see this Andy is up to 6930 now. Nice. Yes, one of our opponents having Orb Scale Tinkerer is scary scaling. Our draft right now is like a solid like 6 out of 10. It's like we have decent numbers scaling with nothing crazy, but we're currently lacking the biggest payoffs that this archetype wants. We're really looking for a mop, a chip on a ship, or a barrel of monkeys. Are the big payoffs that we're looking for. I think we're good enough that we're going to be able to top half this, even if we don't find those big payoffs. But this draft still has potential to go from a 6 out of 10 to like a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, etc. Let's see, as Frank is growing up here. Frank's a mid-tier choice payoff. He's not insane, but he's fine. Heroes get 3/3. None of these are very exciting for me. When you cast a spell, give your mages 2/2. Honestly, I'm gonna take this just in case we find a mop. Mop is a mage. Mop is a mage we'd like to make larger. Brick monster. All right, this is the lone undefeated in our draft here, and we KO'd their ranged units. That should be good for us. We got two big numbers in the back here. We're gonna get a legendary treasure here out of this one in a second. Nice. So we took a half art off of him. Did not find the gingerbread house. That's sad. Your characters have hunt. Give my slot 15/15. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna draft this not because I want it, but because it can get us a legendary treasure later. I'm just gonna take Stroke of Midnight. Let us continue to win in the short game here. There's that Wormscale Tinkerer. That Wormscale Tinkerer, we might not be playing for first yet. We have the potential to get first in this draft, but I think we're going to need one of our payoffs to show up in order to get it. Oh, did we beat them? Nice. Okay, taking the Wormscale Tinkerer out this turn's a big deal because they scale hard as the game goes along. So that is the big deal. All right, just the three of us. Ooh, just the three of us. This person's numbers are also very big, though. So is Brick Monster? Oh wait, the shadow here. Yikes. Yikes! Oh man. So close. Oh, where's my big payoff, gamers? When you recruit or summon a toy, give it 1/1 and then improve this ability by 1/1. Thank you for the toy box, Frank. Thank you for the toy box, Frank. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, Frank, but I appreciate you trying. Oh, we're so close. I don't have time for this. All right, goodie bag got Mixo matched. That's gotta be insane for us, yeah. We get these stats not just once but twice here. Yes! All right, we're scaling, chat. In it to win it. In it to win it. Is Mockingbird an upgrade to Mechman? I think it is. Although I guess it doesn't summon a toy. It summons an animal. Does Mechman summon a toy? I forget if Mechman's a guaranteed toy or not. That might have been wrong. I have to read Mechman next time he finds it. It does summon a toy. Okay, that's probably wrong. That's fine. Hopefully we find a silver. It's cool. It's cool. We are playing for first, chat. We're live looking for first here. Double your hunt abilities. Yep, we have a thing that says hunt, give our thing. We have a hunt, give our slot 15/15. So we're hunt, get 30/30 in our slot. this was a sweet draft. Good pivot. And honestly, it's a sweet draft too, because like we haven't had any of our nuts payoffs. This is like we're winning this, but this is like a 7 out of 10 at absolute best choice draft. There it is. And there it is, gamers. The barrel of monkeys. Fill your board with 1-1s. Look at all these slot bonuses. All right, no longer close. There we go. Now we're 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. We've closed the gap. We found the big payoff. We've now hit the not only are we getting first in this draft, but when someone else runs into this draft, they're gonna have a bad time. Monkey's gonna mess them up. Yeah, no mopper chip means we're probably about 8 out of 10. I agree. Agreed. And like it looks like we're close, but actually there's a bunch of monkeys back here, so it's not remotely close. Surprise! All right, gamers, it's almost 4 o'clock. That was a fun end to the day. Appreciate everybody that was here through the end. If you're one of the regulars and you haven't checked out Once Upon a Galaxy yet, I don't know what you're doing with yourself. Make sure you do that at some point. If you want to chat about the game, you're new to it, we're very active in the supporter Discord server. Pop on into there. I think we're gonna do some more of this tomorrow. I think my plan is to do a little bit of Galaxy, a little bit of Snap every day this week. Is my plan. I think we might do the inverse schedule. Start with this tomorrow and do Snap second. So we'll see you in the morning for some more Galaxy, gamers. Oh wait, before we go, I keep forgetting. I have spoilers. So we've mentioned there's a new set coming, and someone asked like, well, what other characters are they gonna have? How about Miss Muffet? She sits on a spider. Of a new legend. Oh, I forget. I don't have my screen share. All right, fixing it. Miss Muffet. She's a 1/1 legendary that when she dies, she summons an itsy bitsy spider and gives its slot +20/+20. Spider human hero, something like that. Animal hero here. So neat design. So the first time she pops, she's going to be a 1/1 that then you get a 23/23. And then the next turn, she's a 21/21 that when she pops, you get a 43/43, etc. Right? So like it's a slot bonus. It's not a bonus on a particular thing. So it's going to get to go ahead and scale up and up and up. Neat legendary payoff for sure. All right. Now I'll see you in the morning. Peace, gamers. Very, very neat. Candylar, the sweet set coming next month sometime.